Shalom Israel, Shalom, Shalom, Brother Nakwam, Watchman for Israel, coming back at you with these precepts and another Monday Night Fire. Giving, of course, our honor and all glory to Yahweh, Bahashima Mashiach wa Malak Yahushai. Double honors to the elect elders of the house of David that's been in this truth for decades and decades, patiently waiting for the second coming of Yahushai. Already shalom to you mighty men that go out there and labor and do the work of the Most High, presenting your body as a living sacrifice, and doing all things for the elect's sake, pushing this truth and magnifying the ministry. Shalom, shalom. Shalom to all of the men that may not be out there on the highways and byways as of yet, but they're working on it. They're getting built up in the spirit. They're praying, they're fasting, they're studying, they're being diligent and abounding in the work of the Lord. Shalom, shalom. Shalom to all of the Aquath out there, the sincere sisters out there holding it down in the households, reverencing their husbands, being submissive, being diligent, and moving in the spirit of our righteous foremothers, Sarah, Rebecca, Rachel, Leah, Esther, Judith, and the list goes on and on. Shalom, shalom. Shalom to everybody tuning in live. Hezekiah, daughter of Zion, Demetrius Terry, Na'awa, Yasha Allah, Gad Warrior, True Hebrew, right? King James, HBK Ent, Dominique Cartwright, Donnie Stone, DC Judah, Call Hello, Lakah, Roger McCullum, Synithia Cromier, Salakia, Mike Jones, Humble Lily, Kyoko Banyamyan, and everybody else tuning in live. It's Monday Night Fire. We back at it again at 6:34 on the so-called East Coast. The topic of this Monday Night Fire, I'm sure the brother Yarodan, he run a little bit late, and the brother Raya, they should be on momentarily to get into this thing with me. And the topic of this Monday Night Fire is sticky marriage situations, the finale. For brothers that watch the Cold Cuts channel, I've been doing a sticky marriage situation series, just going into the counsel, going into different ins and outs of how, as a nation, to restore marriage, to reconcile brothers and sisters who may be at odds, who may not be seeing eye to eye, to get brothers and sisters to understand how to conduct yourself in your marriage. A lot of brothers coming to this truth out the world. You coming in young, you may be getting married young, you may not have a lot of experience. You may have shortcomings, you may be dealing with demons. You may Shalom, King.
Shalom, King.
You may be bringing evil spirits, with you. You may not know you're dealing with spirits. So there's a lot that goes into marriage. So in that Cold Cut series, I've just been going in the ins and outs. And we decided through the spirit to put it on the forefront and do the Monday Night Fire on it. And this would be the finale, right? This would be the finale going into the ins and outs of the sticky marriage situation series. Now, for brothers and sisters that don't know how this thing goes, this is pretty much a Q&A for marriage, as well as if you have a particular situation or a problem or ordeal, or you may lack understanding or an ought, or you may not know how to cover a particular situation. Now it's the opportunity to put it on the forefront, because a question that you may have, I guarantee somebody else is dealing with that same thing, right? Let me get this in 1 Peter chapter 4 and 12 first, right? So if there's any questions about marriage, about even a situation that you're dealing with, or that you may have heard and you didn't know how to give counsel on that situation, now's the opportunity to put it on the forefront. And we're going to go 2.5 hours into marriage. And if there's no questions, if there's no one that needs to have things addressed, we'll go into marriage in the ancient world and the current world, how to deal with situations. But I want to go to 1 Peter chapter 4 and 12. And I'll read it. It reads, "Beloved, think it not strange concerning the fiery trial, which is to try you, as though some strange thing happened unto you. But rejoice, inasmuch as ye are partakers of Hamashiach's suffering, that when his glory shall be revealed, ye may be glad also with exceeding joy." So a lot of situations that brothers and sisters are dealing with in your marriage, or you may even be courting somebody, right? You may be called proving somebody, or you may be called to court somebody, or the spirit may have you and a particular brother or sister, fill one out, and then you get to prove one another, court one another, and then they may be betrothed, and then you may get married, right? All these things may happen, and you may go through a particular situation or downhill in your marriage, and you think you're the only one dealing with it. So if you are able to be bold in righteousness and communicate whatever you're dealing with, I guarantee, like I said, a brother or sister who may not be as confident or who may be shy and may not want to put their question out there, your question can help them and even save their life. You got precept, right?
Con. Like the brother going into, man, this is not nothing to take lightly, man. If you got any problems, situations, and you need counsel, help through the precepts and understanding through Yahweh Shai, now it's time to bring it out, man. It's a lot of things going on behind closed doors in Israel, man. It's a lot of people beating on their wives, man. It's a lot of people unjustly talking to them, manipulating them, teaching them false doctrines and understanding, and all manner of mischief, man. And now is the time to get out any questions, comments, concerns, right, that you may have in the scriptures, man. It's the book of 1 Corinthians chapter 10 and verse 13. There has no temptation taken you, right, but such as is common to man. But Yahweh is faithful, who will not suffer you to be tempted above that ye are able, but with the temptation also make a way to escape, that ye may be able to bear it, man. So the Lord never created man to be in a situation to where it will overtake him and destroy him, man. So whatever you're going through, the Lord has the answers. The Lord created counselors and help and medicine, you understand, to cure you, man, with whatever you need. You may think you're in a situation with an overbearing wife. I don't know what to do. Don't let this woman take you out the truth, man. Don't let this temptation overwhelm you and now will overbears you to where you're back in the world, man. You're given to mischief. Now you're causing her to sift you out, man, or vice versa. Don't let that man overthrow you in the marriage to manipulate you, and now you're bending and trimming your ways for love, man. So you have to understand the Lord never created temptation to overtake you, but he always made a way for man and woman to be able to escape from these situations. Look at Jonah. Jonah was in a fish's belly. The Lord never did that to utterly destroy him and cast him down. You may be going through certain situations that may be hell. It may be heartbreaking. It may be turmoil. It may be confusion. But all of this is a stepping stone, a learning stone. It can be chastisement. You never know. Everything is unpredictable. That's why we have to take the time right now to break it down through the spirit.
And we're gonna get right into it, man. So the brother, and like I said, the stuff we hear about in Israel, you wouldn't believe it. It'll make your ears tingle, like the scriptures say, man. Your Lord says certain things are so violent and so out of the norm, it make your damn ears tingle, man. Like we hear brothers crushing they left side, professional boxers boxing a woman. I mean, this stuff is happening, man. You have professional boxers boxing a woman, beating them up. You got women talking about, can I poison my husband? These are things that are happening, man. Right? You have women dealing with multiple men behind closed doors. Then getting asked in the DM, I keep committing fornication and adultery. Please help me. What do I do? How do I tell my husband? Then a husband is inboxing saying, good precept, good video, stay on fire. And his woman is inboxing about committing adultery around. Saying, please don't tell him. You got situations where brothers are damn kicking a woman off the bed, putting them in the damn. This is real, man. Slapping them, pushing them against drawers. Women fighting their husband. All hell is breaking loose in Israel, man. You have what they call what is it? When you got a damn slip up, they call it a slip up. You got brothers doing slip up, saying you can just pop a woman and slip up and leave her. Right? You got women saying you can have multiple husbands. So we got to lay the law down. And the law is right here. We're gonna clear up the confusion. Right? But here's the first question. This is from Azekiah Shalom. My wife saying I'm not showing intimacy, meaning and touching and gestures, and now being distant. Anything on this? All right, well, let me get this precept first. Right? Let me go to the book of James. Right? Let me go to James. Now, that's more of a this question is like a conversation that needs to be had. Because we will have to know the ins and outs. Right? This can be looked at in multiple ways. It can be looked at is there something that she's doing that makes you not want to be intimate? Right? That's something that you have to confess to her. right? Maybe she's moving in a certain spirit where it's so-called, and this is grown. We're going to be adults tonight. We're not going to sugarcoat it. We're not 5 years old.
Right.
We're not 10, right? If the kids are in a room and you don't want them to hear the counsel that's being brought out, tell them to go inside, go to the next room and turn on Sesame Street. Right? If the little daughter's in there, she's playing with the dolls, and we giving counsel, and things are going to get, I don't want to use the word graphic, but it's going to touch home. So this thing is going to get real, man. So like I was saying, if there's a situation where things are going on where you may be so-called turned off due to how she may be moving in the spirit, and that's driving you not to want to be intimate, then you have to confess that fault and acknowledge, well, what the hell is going on, and show her the things that she's doing that's causing you to feel like that. If that's the situation, right? You can look at that on that situation, and you can also look at it on another situation as if, well, what are you doing? So let me get this in James chapter 4 real quick. I know Ryan got a precept, right? This is James chapter 4 and verse 1. It reads, "From whence come wars and fightings among you? Come they not hence, even of your lust, that war in your members?" So when there's conflict, war, when it says wars in James 4 and 1, it's not talking about tanks and ICBM missiles. It's speaking about contention, strife, arguments, right? And James put the question out there, from whence come wars and fighting among you? What's the root of arguments and tension and situations and problems in the house? Here's the answer. It says, come they not hence, even of your lust that war in your members. So it's an internal problem. A lot of the problems that's happening in marriage is something that's happening in your members. Maybe one of your members is going to hell off. You understand? Maybe one of her members is going to hell off. I don't want to be too long-winded, but you want to sit there and examine yourself as well and see, well, what am I doing to make her feel like that as well? Right? And the marriage is two. There's always two. It's never just one. Y'all are one flesh, but you got it, King.
The brother made a good example, man, because it's always a just balance in this thing. You understand? So this the book, A Song of Solomon, chapter 2 and verse number 4. He brought me into the banqueting house, and his banner over me was love. Stay me with flagons, comfort me with apples, for I am sick of love. His left hand was under my head, and his right hand doth embrace me. So it's nothing wrong with loving your wife, man, comforting her. Hey, the Lord loves us. We the elect woman. You read all in the Song of Solomon is the love, the so-called, what the word would say, the poetry books. How the Lord is saying how beautiful we are, how we have dove eyes, how we have long hair, how we're likened to have big breasts like clusters of grapes, man. And how the Lord is dealing to how beautiful he says the elect woman is constantly, man. There's nothing wrong with telling you a woman she looks beautiful, or get your nails done, or whatever the case may be. She may get her hair done, may get it twisted up or braided, whatever the case may be. Right, she may put some grease in it, comb that thing out, whatever the case may be. There's nothing wrong with telling your woman she's beautiful. Now, maybe not. She may not be keeping up her end of the stick. She may be letting herself go, and that's very important for women to uphold themselves, man. You don't want to get married if Brothers of St. Martin. Damn Gina had the damn cap on with the rollers in her head, man, holding 19 kids like this, saying, "Where's the check?" You don't want your woman, you understand, to be let go. Next thing you know, you're giving over now, fighting the spiritual demon Satan for all of the lusts and things that do intrigue you, man. You want to make sure that both of you guys are showing each other love and respect. You understand? Like the Lord said. The Lord said, his left hand is under my head and his right hand doeth embrace me, man. So you got to take care of your wife, love her, and be ravished with her, and make sure that you're, in order, loving her and respecting her and keeping yourself up, you understand, as well as her.
Con. So most high willing, brother, that helped you out. I want to get this in Genesis 26 and 8 real quick. And it came to pass when he had been there a long time that Abimelech, king of the Philistines, looked out a window and saw, and behold, Isaac was sporting with Rebekah, his wife. Now, Isaac and Rebekah, when you're married, you're not a drill sergeant, right? You kick the door down. Shut up. She said, Shalom, shut up. You do this, you got all of the hand. Shut up, I don't want to hear it. Right? Is my lamb cooked or not, woman?
Right.
Right? Oh, and I think, shut up. I don't want to hear no excuses. Give me Sirach 32 and 17. Right? Proverbs 15, you start pulling the damn precepts, man. Right? You got your damn, you got your nigga shirt on with your fringes on, man. When you come home, you take your suit and tie off, and it's all business. And you can't run, your household has to have structure and order, but you can't run your household like a damn so-called white man and his corporation. You're fired, right? Your woman got VTO. She got paid time off. She has to work. She has to build up her vacation time. After 6 months, she get a day off. Damn, she got to clock in. She got to clock out. Hey, that's evil, man. Your wife got a time sheet. She got to fill it in before she go to bed. She's stressed out. She got to do a damn. She got to do a time sheet. Hey, man, this thing is supposed to be love. Hey, Isaac was sporting with Rebecca. What does sporting mean? Meaning playing around, fooling around. Right? When you sport and you fooling around. Not in wickedness, but in a loving manner. Like you might chase your woman around, right? Y'all might kind of play fight or whatever the case may be. You know, whatever y'all do, man. You know, but there's nothing wrong with that. Now, if your wife is saying you're not intimate in terms of touching and gestures, I want to add to the point that Araya was saying. Sometimes to add to the to go from the man's perspective, sometimes a woman, she may not be keeping herself up, and you, carnally speaking, you can't expect the man. Love is love, but if you walking around like Araya was saying, you got crust all in your lips, you haven't brushed your teeth in 10 days, you don't wash up. You never wash up. You stink. Damn, you stink. You understand? And then, you got damn eye crust, and you wear the same underwear and clothes 6 days in a row. He doesn't want to be intimate. What am I doing wrong? I thought I'm in Proverbs 31. You forgot to wash up and take care of yourself, man. There's nothing wrong with keeping up with yourself. And as a man, you got to sit there and examine yourself as well. Like I said, we want brothers and sisters to look at this thing from both perspectives, right? Women understand that you just can't. I know women that do that in the truth. I've heard stories there in their mouth. I get married. He can't leave me. This ain't like the world. And in the world, you can get a divorce. You can go to damn Judge Maybelline to go in divorce court, man. And you can't really get a divorce unless she commit adultery. So she'll put on that weight. She might start being a nigga woman. She'll show you that other side, and then you may not want to be intimate. Now, if there's things that your woman is doing that's driving you not to want to be intimate on that level, you have to tell her. Right? Let me get that real quick in Proverbs 27:5. You got to tell her. Right? You can't let that build up. If you let it build up, you're going to end up dealing with prostitutes, commit adultery. She's going to be texting other dudes at 2 a.m. Oh, he not being intimate with you, right? Well, if I was there, you know how it'd be another story. Then she giggling in the middle of the night. She ducking off early. All hell is breaking loose, man. That's 1 Corinthians 7. That Satan tempt you not, right? But this Proverbs 27:5, open rebuke is better than secret love. So if your wife or your husband is doing something that you may not like in the marriage, hey, there's a righteous way to go about letting them know that, man. You understand? And most are willing, you pull the precepts to correct them and they change it. And if there's something that that you're doing and they do it in like manner, you got it, King.
Right. And then just to put a visual to that, nobody's trying to come home to this, man.
Oh my gosh.
See that?
Right.
Where you been?
Right.
Where you been, that spirit, man?
Right.
That's what the Lord said. This song is Solomon, chapter 1 and verse 4. Draw me, we will run after thee. Check that out, man. So the Lord draws us through the word. The Lord's not stuffing the word down our throat. You can't then press your wife out. Okay, let's go to 1 Corinthians chapter 7 and verse 4. It's the middle of the night. She's tired. She got work in the morning. And you whipping out scriptures, man. It's okay to light a candle, man. It's all right. Like the brother said, kind of set the tone. Hey, this is grown, man. It's all right to have do a massage, man. It's all right to play some music. It's all right to cook, man. You don't want to let this what people put on the truth make it to where you a drill sergeant, man. You got to just be this damn make believe person that doesn't exist. You gotta like you're a damn a general with a captain on 24/7. You never got off duty. You just shaking 24/7, man. That's off, man. Your woman is not the heathen. Your woman is not the scoffers, man. You don't gotta shake your hand at your woman 24/7. Hey, the Lord said, "Draw me, we will run after thee." The king had brought me into his chambers. We will be glad and rejoice in thee. We will remember thy love more than wine. The upright love thee, man. So you gotta love your woman and draw her. You gotta draw her, man. You set put a little note here, buy some flowers. You understand? Had dinner set. It's things you can do to help that situation. So even if it is, sir, you could say your woman, she doesn't get her hair done out of nowhere. Boom, y'all both off. It's Sunday. Be like, look, you know what? I'm taking you out on a day on the town. She geek. She don't know what's going on. Then you kind of throw some, you kind of take her to get something to eat. The next thing you know, look, I'm getting your hair done. I don't want to hear nothing else about it. Then she come out of that thing looking brand new, man. Then it's on.
Right.
So you could be subtle about the matter too. You don't have to pull precepts to manipulate her or make her feel bad and break her down. Because one thing about anybody, not just women, once they broken down, let me get the precept, man. Right? Like the Lord said, man, a brother offended, right? Hey, man, that's not good. It's the book, right, of Proverbs chapter 18 and verse 19. A brother offended is harder to be won than a strong city. So you can have 100 million people trying to storm the damn building, right? But a brother offended is harder to be won over, man. You may offend your woman over a matter and you don't even know you offended her. Now she's quiet all day. What's going on? Nothing, I'm fine. Right? It's quiet in the house. Right? She's offended, man. So you don't want to break down your woman to let her know things that you understand you don't like. You would rather be subtle in righteousness or just have a heart-to-heart openly without being so direct on the left-hand side about the matter.
So for brothers that's just tuning in, just give a quick recap, and sisters, this is Sticky Marriage Situations, the finale. So you can see the brother Ezekiah, he put a question out there about something that he's dealing with. If there's any questions, any ordeals, any oughts, if you've heard anything, you might have heard a particular body of men say this is lawful. You may not know if it's lawful or not. There may be things going on because there's 1,000 doctrines in Israel and a lot of confusion. You may be dealing with something. Hey man, you might then have to log out. You don't want to put your damn bio, put a damn anonymous damn people don't got to know who you are, man. You put it out there, and most are willing, whatever you're going through, it can edify somebody else. Don't be ashamed in this thing, man. Because if you don't confess your fault, you understand you're going to end up dealing with it in your own mind and lean on your own understanding and fall through destruction. Right? Don't be the brother, I got it. Your wife is at another man's house right now, on his lap, watching this breakdown, taking notes with him. And you saying, I got it. You at home. I got it. I can do this. I can do it. Brother, it's already over, brother. I'll figure it out. I'll fast. Brother, she's fasting with that man already about how to get rid of your ass. Right? So don't be ashamed to confess these faults, man. We've seen many come and go in this thing. We hadn't been in this thing that long. So next question. Right? We're going down the list. Right? And if there aren't too many questions, then we'll kind of go into how to conduct in the marriage world. Right? So this is from Daughter of Zion. What if the husband don't want to read or don't read to his family? Can a woman still be saved if she read and hold down the household? Got a precept on that. Right? Let's go to 1 Samuel chapter 25. Now you have many righteous women whose husbands were wicked. You understand? Or whose husbands may have been slothful. First, let me get this in Philippians 2 and 12. Let me get this first. Right? This the book of Philippians chapter 2 and 12. Wherefore, my beloved, as ye have always obeyed, not as in my presence only, but now much more in my absence, Work out your own salvation with fear and trembling. So at the end of the day, hey, you got to work out your own salvation, right? A lot of women, they're banking on getting a man of the Lord just to make it. Oh, if I could just snag up Uriah, I know I made it. That's my grass. What they say? That's my ticket. Man. That's my meal ticket right there. He got the chosen where the brother always bringing out the precepts. And you got what, man? We're not going to go into it, but women inboxes with damn wickedness, man. So you got women looking at, and we hear stories from brothers looking at brothers like a damn meal ticket, man. How in the cartoon their eyes turn green. You know how you see the money sign, then their eyes turn green. And they look at brothers like that. If I could just snag him up, I know I'll be saved. Hey, what if the brother give up the ghost, man? You didn't read, you never studied, you never fasted, you don't know not one precept, you just banking on him to make it. And the most I could cut him down in the land of the living. You know? So you have to work out your own salvation as a woman too. You can't sit around all day and say, I'm married to Uriah. You cracking your toes, right? You watching Love and Hip Hop. You tossed your Bible to the side. During the courting stage, you was mad righteous. As soon as you got married, you said, got him. And now you sitting there being a damn nigga woman. The Lord is not dealing with that, man. So women have to work out your own salvation. So a woman can definitely be saved regardless if her husband is on fire or not. Every man has to give an account according to his works. Right? Let me get this, and I'm gonna pass it after this. And I got a precept after you. Right? This Job chapter 34 and verse 10. Right? Let me get this in Job chapter 34 and verse 10. Right? Job chapter 34 and verse 10. Therefore hearken unto me, ye men of understanding. Far be it from the Most High that he should do wickedness, and from the Almighty that he should commit iniquity. For the work of a man shall he render unto him, and cause every man to find according to his ways. Yea, surely the Most High will not do wickedly, neither will the Almighty pervert judgment. So the Most High is going to give unto a wicked woman according to her ways. The husband that's not reading and he's not taking correction, and his household isn't in order, or whatever's going on his downfall, the Most High is going to judge him according to his ways. He's going to judge you according to your ways, right? Now, the Lord can save entire households or not. So you have to live your life at any given second. If your husband dies, do you think that you'll make it or not? Right? You got it, King. I got a precept after you.
Khan. It's the book of Luke, chapter 2 and verse 36. It says, and there was one Anna, a prophetess, the daughter of Peniel of the tribe of Asher. She was of a great age and lived with her husband 7 years from virginity. And she was a widow about 84 years, which departed not from the temple, but served God with fasting and prayers night and day. Now check that out, man. She didn't have a husband, you understand? She was with her husband early on, but guess what? She still put the work in. She don't need a man to be physically over you, telling you what to do for you to get the kingdom of heaven. If that were so, that wouldn't make any sense, man. You know, that would mean that women were in the last days, they not courting, they not trying nobody, just jumping into marriage, right? They just got their damn head down. That's off, man. The Lord set up the courting, the Lord set up the order, right? The Lord set up the marriages, and none of this should be rushed, man. Right? If you have a wicked woman, you understand? If you have a wicked man, whatever the case may be, in this marriage, you would have this woman. She was righteous. She was fasting. She was praying. She was at the temple, right? She was doing the work of the Lord. And it says what? And she was a widow, right? Meaning what her husband is not anymore. So this woman still went on to do the work of the Lord, got built up, and instructed many in the way of the Lord how to conduct themselves. You got it.
God, and I want to add to that. This is 1 Samuel chapter 25 and verse 3. It reads, I'll start at 2. And there was a man in Maon whose possessions were in Carmel, and the man was very great, and he had 3,000 sheep and 1,000 goats, and he was shearing his sheep in Carmel. Now the name of the man was Nabal, and the name of his wife Abigail. And she was a woman of good understanding and of a beautiful countenance. But the man was churlish and evil in his doings, and he was of the house of Caleb. So you had a man that was churlish and evil in his doings, meaning he was rude, he was off, he was wicked, but his woman was of a good understanding, and she was righteous. Now, I'm not going to read all of 1 Samuel chapter 25. You read it for yourself, and the Lord cut down the ball and gave Abigail to a man that was better than him. And that can happen too, man. If you men your house not in order, keep playing around. Keep thinking you can physically abuse the daughters of Zion. Keep thinking you can rule your house with negligence. Keep thinking you could be a roaring lion and a saber tooth in your house and you punching a hole in the wall and grabbing your wife by her hair through the other room saying, shut up, come here. That's off, man. She in there tiptoeing in the middle of the night to escape, and you punch a hole in the wall and grab her through the drywall. Well, that's off, man. Treating this thing like a damn Tyler Perry movie, man. Right? The Lord will cut you down and give your wife a Abigail. She didn't have to go childless. Guess what? She was given to David. And David was a man that was better than the ball. There's always a man better than you in this thing. You know? Unless you Hamashiach Yahushua. Right? So David, guess what? He was better than the ball, and the ball wasn't on fire with his household. So the Lord killed the ball and gave Abigail to David. Now, if your husband isn't reading to you or the family, and you haven't said anything, now that blood may fall on you. Because there's nothing wrong with a woman telling her husband things in righteousness. Not breaking down the precepts to him in Revelation 17 and Daniel 9, but simply saying, let me get this precept real quick in Proverbs 31. Right? Let me get this. Right, Salakia. This is right, this Proverbs 31 and 26. She openeth her mouth with wisdom, and her tongue is the law of kindness. So when a woman's opening her mouth to her husband, it should be with the law of kindness and in wisdom. So she can't be saying, nigga, you never read. This is not Yvette from Baby Boy, right? Or like the brother pulled up Rochelle from Everybody Hate Chris. Nobody wants to deal with a Rochelle and an Yvette. And it's another nigga woman from Why Did I Get Married? She was Marcus. Yeah. Marcus. Yeah. Right, we don't know her name, but you know who I'm talking about. I may put up a picture, right? But the point is, Jake, you don't want to deal with that. So if you're correcting your husband, you don't want to be like those women. Nigga, you never read. And then you just peel off. Right? You can say it in kindness. Hey, look, baby, or whatever you call them. Hey, look, you want to read today? You want to do Oh, go ahead, King.
Con, I got it right here.
Con.
Salaki, bear with me.
I'm sick of dealing with your ghetto baby mama. Do you mind? Excuse us. And what the hell are you talking about? Do you mind? Y'all ain't never seen black people on a train? You ain't never heard of the Underground Railroad? It's like we got a ghetto Harriet Tubman. Let my people go. You heard me? Snap. She's drunk. Yeah, we can tell. Probably a 40 malt liquor. Always have to embarrass me. Look at you, Marcus. You are an embarrassment, okay? And I was fine till we dropped your kids off at Keisha's house. She's the mother. What do you want me to do? Be a man and tell her to stop talking to me like she crazy. I'm telling you, Marcus, if she looks at me one more time cross-eyed, I'm going to gut her like a fish. She wasn't even looking at you. How would you know? You weren't even on her face. You too busy staring at her ass.
Drinking. damn drinking the flask.
Drinking the damn flask, man.
Boy, man. Hey, that's the worst one, man.
Yeah.
Anytime I see her, that's all I think about, man. In any movie, I don't care what she wears, she could be playing a serious role or trying to get a damn Oscar. Hey, I'm going to still look at her like that, man.
Nigga woman.
Yeah, nigga woman. Now, the Lord said, let me read that again in Proverbs 31 and 26. Right? Proverbs 31 and 26. She openeth her mouth in wisdom, and her tongue is the law of kindness. So there's a kind way to talk to your husband and say, hey, look, I'm not sure, you're stressed out. He could be dealing with a lot too. You never know. See what's on your husband's mind, man. Maybe he's dealing with demons, right? Maybe he's stressed out at the so-called workplace. Maybe he got a lot going on. Maybe he doesn't know how to express himself, right? A woman is also supposed to be a tower of defense. Now, it's one lot, he could just be a wicked man, but it's another thing for a man to be dealing with stuff, and in his pride, he doesn't want to confess what he's dealing with. And you got to see if he can open up, man. If there's anybody that a husband should be able to open up to, it should be to his wife. He can't open up to his co-workers. He may try to keep something up around the brothers, but when he come home, he should be able to talk to his wife, man, as if that's his best friend. So whatever he's dealing with, hey, you want to see what he's dealing with, man. You got it, King.
Khan, it's the book, right? 1 Peter chapter 3 and verse 1. Likewise, you wives, be in subjection to your own husbands, that if any obey not the word, they also may without the word be won by the conversation of the wives. Going into what the brother said, man. So you have to talk to your husband, man. Can't just point, not that you're doing this, you can't just point and say he's a wicked nigga. He's not doing this, he's not doing that. You got to buy all of the Bibles. You got to pull up the videos. You got to set fasting days. You got to kind of help people, man. When people fall, a lot of people don't get up on their own. They need help getting up, man. They need help. They may be falling. They be wobbly. Their knees, they breaking in. She may need help, man. So you got to be there for your husband the best way you can and help him and lead him and show him which way to go, man. Right? If you lift him up and point to that direction, hey, look, he's going to go that way, man. Lord willing, if through prayer and fasting. Right, I got another precept. It's the book of 1 Corinthians chapter 9 and verse number 5. Have we not power to lead about a sister, a wife, as well as other apostles? So they said a sister and a wife, meaning these women aren't married. What is Paul doing wasting his time if women need to have a husband to be married? What is the point? If it's some scripture that nobody know about, why is Paul directing sisters in righteousness and helping them out? Not only does he have power to lead about a sister and a wife, so he can help women, you understand, through the laws and commandments, right, in their marriages, and he can help sisters that don't have a head. Why? Because those sisters, if they pray, fast, and keep the commandments, can obtain the kingdom of heaven, man. So you don't need a man. That's the worst doctrine, and one of the worst doctrines. Got to be top 10 in Israel, man. That's to be manipulated women by man, so that you feel like you got to run to a man and fully submit. You don't even notice, man, just to get the kingdom of heaven, man. You doing whatever he say, whenever he say it. You don't want to be a servant on the left-hand side to a man of no understanding, manipulating you, man, right? You want to keep the commandments as it is written. Now, this is what Paul said. It's the book of 1 Corinthians 7, right? Right, in verse 33. But he that is married care for the things that are of the world, how he may please his wife, right? I'm going to start at 32. But I would have you without carefulness. He that is unmarried care for the things that belong up to the Lord, how he may please the Lord. So if you unmarried, guess what? You may be fasting all day, maybe reading more. You may be doing the works of the Lord at a higher rate than that other sister that has to cook, clean, and do other things. Now, her doing those other things doesn't take away, that's still laboring for the Lord. It's just different offices.
Con. And I got this precept too, because again, if your husband, let's say on one level that he's actually not doing it, right? Don't ever put in a situation where your husband is sliding off and you can't say nothing to him. Well, I'm a woman. I can't say nothing to my husband. No, that's off, man. Right? The commandment says what? Thou shalt in any wise, or thou shalt not suffer sin upon thy neighbor, or thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. Slaki. Thou shalt in any wise rebuke thy neighbor and not suffer sin upon him. That's Leviticus 19 and 17. So your neighbor is also your husband, man. That's your closest, most intimate neighbor. So if he's in sin, you can't suffer sin upon him. Never be ashamed to, in wisdom and kindness, tell your husband, or bring out your husband and say, "Hey, look, you're going off. You don't read anymore. What's going on? Right? You haven't studied in 10 days. What is that about? Right? I keep seeing you. All you do is stay on Instagram and play Xbox. What's going on?" And that, like I said, that blood is on your hands, man. If you see your husband going the hell off and you're not encouraging him, it's supposed to be a help me. Right? Let me get this in let me get two precepts. This 1 Samuel chapter 25 and verse 23. Now remember, David was about to kill Nabal, Now, Abigail kind of corrected David, but it was in kindness and wisdom, right? Now, David is the king, right? But you have to do what you have to do sometimes. But she did it in meekness and wisdom, right? She didn't rail on, what the hell you doing, David? About to kill the ball? You going the hell off. She didn't move like that, man. You got to know how to move in this thing too, right? 1 Samuel 25 and 23. And when Abigail saw David, she hasted and lighted off the ass and fell before David on her face and bowed herself to the ground and fell at his feet and said, upon me, my Lord, upon me, let this iniquity be. And let thy handmaid, I pray thee, speak in thine audience and hear the words of thy handmaid. She said, can I please talk to you? That's modern day terms. And you got a minute. Can I talk to you? I'm breaking it down in the modern day conversation. She ain't just start speaking to David like anybody. She said, hey, look, can I talk to you? You know, look, this on me. You got a minute. Can I speak in your audience? It reads, let not my Lord, I pray thee, regard this man of Belial. Even Nabal, for as his name is, so is he. Nabal is his name and folly is with him, because that's what Nabal means in the Hebrew. It means to be a fool or folly. But I, thy handmaid, saw not the young men of my Lord whom thou didst send. Now therefore, my Lord, as the Lord liveth, and as thy soul liveth, seeing the Lord hath withholden thee from coming to shed blood, and from avenging thyself with thine own hand, let not thine enemies and they that seek evil to my Lord be as Nabal. So she kind of admonished David about avenging himself. When the law says, vengeance is mine, I will repay, saith the Lord. She reminded David of the law, and she actually appeased the wrath of David. So there's nothing wrong with a woman in meekness, wisdom, and righteousness. And keyword meekness, wisdom, and righteousness, admonishing her husband, right? This Tobit chapter 2 and verse 11. It reads, and my wife Anna did take woman's work to do, right? Because remember, Tobit was blind. So Tobit wasn't able to bring income in. So his wife picked up women's work. There's nothing wrong. Damn, Salaki. Right? It says, and when it was in my house and began to cry, I said unto her, from whence is this kid? Salaki. Bear with me. Right? Can brothers hear me?
Con, I can hear you.
All right, I think the sound was out for a second. Right? All right, well, I read, brother should have heard 1 Samuel 25, most I willing. Right? But I'm gonna read Tobit 2 and 11 again. It says, and my wife Anna did take women's works to do. Like I was saying, you know, I'm not sure if brothers heard me, but there's nothing wrong with your wife taking on women's work, having a side hustle. She may make garments, so do whatever to bring in income in the house. Like I said, you don't want your woman to be a Rochelle bragging about your husband has 2 jobs. You sit at home all day. It says, and when it was in my house, it's like it. And when she had sent them home to the owners, they paid her wages and gave her also besides a kid. And when it was in my house and began to cry, I said unto her, from whence is this kid? Is it not stolen? Render it to the owners, for it is not lawful to eat anything that is stolen. So Tobit really didn't examine the matter. He kind of railed on his wife, said, we got some stolen food, man. Right? But she replied upon me. Right? She didn't say, yeah, I stole it. She didn't steal it. Right? Yeah, I'm a wicked wife. No, look, she replied upon me. It was given for and I'm sure she's not yelling and raising her voice because she's righteous. She doesn't have her finger in Tobit's face. She's not mushing his head, right? And saying that's why your daddy left you. Right? It says, but she replied upon me, it was given for a gift more than the wages. Meaning I was working so hard, they gave me a bonus. I'm grinding for the household, man. I didn't just get my regular wages. I'm hustling for you, and they give me a damn bonus. You know? Howbeit, I did not believe her, but bade her render it to the owners. And I was abashed at her, but she replied upon me. So they kind of going back and forth, right? Where are thine alms and thy righteous deeds? Behold, thou and all thy works are known. But in the Most High see what's going on, man. Right? And righteousness. And then that made him kind of think, man. And the Lord saw all your works, man. The Lord sees what's going on. So there's nothing wrong with a woman and kindness and wisdom speaking to her husband. Your husband may be proud. He may be lazy. He may be slothful. You kind of show him what's up in righteousness. You got it, King.
And do another precept, right? Going right into what the brother just said. This is Tobit chapter 10 and verse 5. Now I care for nothing, my son, since I have let thee go the light of mine eyes, to whom Tobit said, hold thy peace. Right? He told her, be quiet. Take no care, for he is safe. Because Tobit, the man is always stronger than a woman. So Tobit had more faith, and he knew that the Lord was going to protect him and guide him and keep him safe. Right? But she said, hold thy peace and deceive me not. My son is dead. And she went out every day into the way which they went, and did eat no meat in the daytime, and ceased not whole nights to bewail her son Tobias, until 14 days of the wedding were expired, and Raguel had sworn that he should spend there. Then Tobias said to Raguel, let me go, for my father and my mother look no more. Slakia, look no more to see me. Right, so she replied back, but like the brother was going into, you got to know the spirit on the prophets and the spirit behind what is written, man. You got to have discernment and know when things are out of order and when things are in order. And you got to kind of read this thing, man. You don't want to read it like a crusty white man. You got to read it like you understand what's going on. And she said, what? Hold my peace? How am I hold my peace? I don't know where my son is. That's a normal thing to bewail or to cry or to be emotional. So she was just showing her emotions for her son. But Tobit had more faith, and he told her to hold her peace. And she kind of replied back, but not on the left-hand side, just to tell him, how can I do that when he's not here? So how much more when your husband going off? When your husband is damn being a nigga, man, when he being slothful, when he's sleeping for 13 hours, 15 hours a day, man. You gotta kind of go to the precepts and let them know in righteousness.
So we're gonna move on to the next question. From HBKN, what do you do if you live with a rib that celebrates Christmas and wants to put a tree up? All right. Well, I got this precept.
All right, I got one after you.
All right. So you're dealing with an unbeliever, right? If you're dealing with an unbeliever, now ultimately, brother, let me get this precept first. All right. Let me put this out there. This may not be you, but let me get this first. Just the book of Jeremiah, the 2nd chapter. And verse 33, it reads, why trimmest thou thy way to seek love? Therefore hast thou also taught the wicked ones thy ways. So this may not be you, but a lot of brothers, they won't say nothing to their wife putting up the Christmas tree. Well, it is for the kids. All right. It is, hey, look, it is that time of the year. Everybody's doing it. I'm just doing my thing. They can do their thing in the house. And you start trimming your ways. You got your apocrypha in the Bible underneath the Christmas tree. Underneath the damn Christmas tree. And you went so far on the left-hand side, you even decided to put a gift under there. Right? And bought your own little sock. Everybody got that nasty red sock by the fireplace with your name on it. Mm-hmm. You went and got your name on it with your Hebrew name. Right? To my call halal, and then it got the name of the Most High on the Christmas sock. Because you scared. A lot of you brothers, you scared of your wife. Let me put this out there. Like I said, this may not be you, but a lot of you brothers, you scared of your wife. Well, I don't want to get on old. Well, that's what the old lady say. Hey, Denzel, he been married with his wife for well over like 30 years. And they asked him, what's the secret to his marriage? He said, well, whatever she say, I'll just do it. Right? That was the secret. You would think a Jake, well over 60 years old, would drop a gem. I mean, you got Jake's watching people listening, the cameras rolling, and this man out of his mouth, well, happy wife, happy life, whatever she say, that's what it is. Boop, boop, boop. And she damn near pulled him by the ear, man. That's Denzel from Training Day, from damn Devil in a Blue Dress, right? He said, well, behind closed doors, hey, he playing damn Training Day, saying, my nigga, smoke this, King Kong. And then when he go home from the damn studio, his woman telling him what to do. He's the damn Edomite and Training Day when he's at home. And his wife is him. To my nigga. You gonna do the dish today, baby? Right? Go ahead, slap on the damn butt, man. And he at home doing his damn thing. So never trim your way to seek love. Never, ever, ever trim your way as a man to seek love. If a woman's putting up a Christmas tree in the house, throw it out. It's out of there. You can't have wickedness and righteousness in the same household. It's out. Now you could tell her, hey, look, at first you want to admonish, hey, look, we don't do that, according to the commandment, so and so. But if she don't want to hear, hey, that Christmas tree is out. It's out. I'm not having a Christmas tree in the household. I'll lose my mind. But I'm gonna correct it in righteousness with the precepts. But you best believe that Christmas tree is gonna be out of there. Never trim your ways to seek love. Let me get one more precept real quick. It's a classic. Proverbs 31:3. Right? A lot of brothers say, oh, well, it is just a tree. I mean, they are made from the earth. It reminds me of the tree of life, right? Because you start convincing yourself that it's okay. We know you brothers, man. We've heard plenty of stories. Proverbs chapter 31:3. Give not thy strength unto women, nor thy way to that which destroyeth kings. Never, ever, ever, as a man of the Most High, ever give your strength unto a woman. Never sacrifice unto a woman, man. Rather she's righteous or wicked. You never give your strength unto a woman. You as a man, your strength is given to Yahweh Bashim Yahushua. Right? He demands that of you. He demands 100% as a living sacrifice. You can't be a living sacrifice for your damn woman, man. You're a burnt offering for your woman. Right? Your woman telling you, hey, help me put up the star. I can't reach it. You say no. She said, if you don't do it, I'm telling Rail. And Rail's going to do it. If you don't do it, Rail's going to do it. You know how Eve is. I'll find somebody that do it. And he got the damn song, I Can Have Another You in a Minute. Matter of fact, he'll be here in a minute. She said, you must not know about me. She said it twice. So a lot of Eve, they thinking like that, man. She's sitting there threatening you, I can have another you in a minute. You got it, King. I'm about to go on a rant.
All right. Hey, man. Hey, like the brother said, that shouldn't even be an option, brother.
Right.
That shouldn't even be an option. It shouldn't be, what am I to do? Right? It's the book of 2nd Ezra, chapter 14 and verse number 13. Now, therefore, set thine house in order. That's what the Lord said, man. You got to kind of lay down the law, man. It ain't nothing to think about. You don't have to come to your woman. What do you think? No, what do you think? No, what do you think? I don't know. I'll leave it up to you. And you go back in the damn room, man. You can't be acting like that in this thing. You have to set order in your household as a man. If you don't set order, your woman's going to trample all over on you, man. That's literally, that's with the sand in the world. You give them an inch, they're going to take a mile, man. And the Lord said, give no water, no room to passage. That's what the Lord said, man. You don't want to let that little drop get by, because the next thing she going to know, then she going to start popping her neck. You say something slick and you'll say, yeah, all right, I'll clean it later. You kind of, did she say that? Oh, fooey. Right? You go back to read.
Oh, fooey.
Next thing you know, man, next time she snap her neck with it, man. Then she throw a glass down. Next thing you know, she got you by the damn neck, man. A week later, right? They say, now therefore set thine house in order and reprove thy people. Comfort such as them that be in trouble and now renounce corruption, man. Right? It's another precept. It's the book of Sirach, chapter 33 and verse 19. Give not thy son and wife, thy brother and friend power over thee while thou livest. So don't let nobody have power over you, man. And especially not your wife. Don't be that brother. You got your wife on your home screen, the lock screen. You got the little mirror in your car, right, where you see behind you in traffic. You got her hanging down right there. Then you got a picture at the office. Then you got a picture on a keychain on your car. You making your damn woman your idol, man. Giving too much, giving her, putting a spirit on her, man. Making her feel I can't. Like Martin said when he was damn clawing on the door, I need you when she was going on a damn road trip for the weekend, right? Looking all in the blinds like the damn plane was leaving, just acting like a son, man.
Right.
It says, give not thy son and wife, thy brother and friend power over thee while thou livest, and give not thy goods to another, lest it repent thee and thou entreat for the same again, right? As long as thou livest and as breath in thee, give not thyself over to any. So it doesn't matter. And women, they like to pout, man. And a lot of brothers, they weak, man. They like, oh, man, all right. Next thing you know, man, you going the hell off. Like the brothers say, for the priest, be trimming your ways for love, man. Don't let anything bend or trim in the commandments. Now, it's one thing if you want to consider something for your wife. You understand? She asks you, or you say, I want chicken tonight. She said, no, I want beef. And it's always what you want. You could consider her. You don't want to be a lion in the house. But if it's gotten to do with, hey, look, we're moving here. Okay. Right? Or look, this is what we're going to do for the kids. Okay. And you becoming a woman in the house, and the Lord will overthrow your house, man. Right? Because you're not leading it, man. And the Lord said, as long as thou livest and have breath in thee. So long as you live and have breath in you, you got to set the order up as a man, man. A woman will respect that. Any true woman of the Lord is going to respect the man that's going to lead them. Because guess what? He's following Yahushua, right? A man that's not leading, who the hell is he following? He's following you. That's off, man. Any real woman will respect the man leading because they know through the precepts that they're following Yahushua. You got it.
Con, I got a quick precept about they putting a Christmas tree up. This is the book of Nehemiah, chapter 13 and verse 6. It reads, but in all this time was not I at Jerusalem. For in the 32nd year of Artaxerxes, king of Babylon, came I into the king, and after certain days obtained I leave of the king. So you might be at work, right? Hey, Nehemiah wasn't in Jerusalem. He had two missions to Jerusalem. First, when he established order, he built the wall. He had to leave, but then he came back and stuff was out of order. You might leave, you might come home, your house might be out of order. It might be a Christmas tree set up. It might be is around Halloween, so-called Halloween. She might be carving pumpkins with the damn kids and pumpkin seeds and newspaper all over the floor. And Christmas lists, man. Right? What did Nehemiah do? And I came to Jerusalem and understood of the evil that Elishib did for Tobiah, and preparing him a chamber in the courts of the house of God. So he built the damn bedroom for the heathen in the house of God. And it grieved me sore. Therefore I cast forth all the household stuff of Tobiah out of the chamber. And that's what you got to do, man. You got to treat your house like the house of the Lord. All right? You have to look at your house as if it's the house of the Most High. Things have to be structured. Things have to be organized. You have to have prayer in your household. You have to have the reading of the scriptures implemented in your household. The lessons should be going in your household. Everything has to, the lawful foods have to be in your household. Everything has to be done in order. When it's idols and wickedness in your household, Nehemiah, what did he do? It says, and it grieved me sore. A sin of Christmas tree would grieve me sore. I'll lose my mind, right? Seeing pumpkin seeds and carved jack-o'-lanterns and damn headless horsemen and ghouls and goblins in the house. Oh, I just did it for the kids. A lot of you Eves, you like, why the kids gotta keep the commandments? Let them have fun. You're taking away their childhood, right? It reads, therefore I cast forth. What is cast? I threw it out the window. That's what it means. I threw his out. He didn't pick it up with me. Tobiah, can I move your stuff out? You mind if I come in and move your stuff around? I know you're in the house of the Lord and you a damn heathen and you got your bedroom, your feet kicked up. Mind if I just move your bed out? Hey, he ain't asked no damn questions, man. He took all of that and he threw it out. Then he asked questions later. That's what the man of the Most High is going to do. He's going to take that Christmas tree. He's going to open the front door and he's going to throw that out on the damn trash where they pick up the trash. He gonna take all them Christmas presents. He don't care if it's a damn calculator or a damn calculus book in there or an iPad, right? He gonna take that Christmas stuff out. He gonna cast it out. It reads, therefore I cast forth all the household stuff of Tobiah out the chamber. Then I commanded, and they cleansed the chambers. And thither brought I again the vessels of the house of God. So you might say, look, we clean that spot up. We're going to throw up a prayer, anointed the oil, and you put a menorah right there. As if I ever see a Christmas tree again, and the same thing is going to happen to the first one. You got it, King.
Con. And just to touch on a quick point, man, y'all brothers got to be stop being scared of your women, man. You got to lay down that law, man. It's a wrap. It is what it is, man. This is not a Tyler Perry flick in the movie. Stop thinking that it has to be all hugs and kisses in your household. The Lord said, let me get this in Ephesians, man. Right? You got to stop thinking about if everybody's not laughing and joking in the house, it's an evil spirit in there, man. Right? It's the book of Ephesians, chapter 4 and verse 26. Be ye angry and sin not. So it's okay to be angry. I don't advise anybody to walk around angry 24/7 over every little small matter, because it'll kindle a fire and you could definitely go off, you understand? But there's nothing wrong with being angry. You should be angry when things are out of order. You should be angry if it's dishes piled up to the sink this high, the children, they running around, nobody's reading, nobody's in order when you get home from work. You should be angry, man. You shouldn't say, well, it is what it is. I don't know what else to do. You see the Christmas tree. You should be angry, man, right? But don't put your hands on your woman. Don't commit a sin, but set your house in order, man. And the Lord said, be ye angry and sin not. Let not the sun go down upon your wrath. Neither give place to the devil. Because I lose my damn mind if I came home in my house and seen some damn idolatry set up, man. I might trip out, man. I might start grabbing stuff and throwing it out the damn third-story window, man. And then if it hit an Edomite on the head, man, it hit an Edomite on the head, man. Right? We can go to the next one.
So next question. Nashaya. Well, let me see if I can go back. So you had to skip the question. Salakia. So if your question got skipped, sometimes a live chat to do that. Right? It'll skip the question. And we don't want to skip nobody's question.
Right.
So if you notice that we skipped your question, just ask it again and we'll get right into it. Right? We'll get right into it. Okay, now this is from Shamika Delancey. My ex didn't read and is Catholic, and I fell in love with an amazing man. We both came into the truth together. Don't want to condemn him what to do. Hold on, my ex didn't read and is Catholic, and I fell in love with an amazing man. We both came into the truth together. Don't want to condemn him what to do. I'm not sure if that's the question, right? You think?
Nah, I'm not sure what that even means. I don't know what the first part got to do with anything. Maybe it's tying into what she's saying. I'm not sure.
Okay. All right. So feel free to put your question. And the questions are related. We're not going to go into the 7 heads and 10 horns. Right? We're not going into the 70 weeks. This is sticky marriage situations, the finale. We may not do another sticky marriage situations. Right? So any type of marriage fault or situation you're dealing with, you may have heard, you may not know how to deal with. Hey, put it out on the forefront, man. You know, and we may drop the link if you want to kind of get on and explain yourself, and we may drop the link in this thing. You know, if you really need to, you know, or our inboxes are always open. We always do counsels and things of that nature too. So let's see. Next question. Like I said, if we skipped your question, it was by accident. Just ask it again. Put it back on the live chat. And I'm just scrolling down, making sure. Okay, this is from Old School. Would it be wise to marry a grown woman who can't keep a roof over her head and can't save money, knowing if you married, you have to financially help her with getting a home? married grown women can't keep a roof over her head and save money. Let me get the scripture in Sirach. All right. Let me get this. Now, I'm going to put it on two levels. I'm going to break it down on this level, then I'm going to break it down on another level. This is Sirach 7:26. Hast thou a wife after thy mind? Forsake her not, but give not thyself over to a light woman. So a light woman is an airhead. That's what they call this. An airhead, what they call it, a klutz, a dummy, right? A woman that doesn't know the scriptures. She's incompetent. She has no idea what's going on. She's clueless. She's oblivious to any type of situation. She doesn't know what money. She has no idea what's going on. That's what it means. Now, if you find out that that woman is that moving in that spirit, then the Lord said in Proverbs 22:3, a wise man foreseeth evil and hideth himself. So you want to avoid. Now, you can always teach a woman. You can teach a woman how to save money, right? These things aren't. If you want to bear that burden, by all means, you're willing to take that on upon yourself, right? If you want to teach that woman, she's grown. She may not know. She may have had a different upbringing. She just may not know. Nobody may have instructed her, right? Now, if she knows better and you see her financial records through proving her and seeing that what the hell is going on, then that's what they call the so-called red flag. They got this damn red flag, trending thing going on, man. That would be a so-called red flag. Now, if a woman, let's say she got a different upbringing, she may have been an orphan or whatever, she may not know, and she may be grown or 18, 19, 20, whatever the case may be, then if you want to take the time to teach her, you have the right to do that as a man. If you have the financial means to take care of her and you want to do so, then you can do so and teach her. That's the sacrifice that you're willing to take as a man. But you never want to give yourself over to a light woman. That'll cause more problems than it does doing good to the household. Because remember, a woman, let me get this precept as well. Right? This is the book of Sirach, right? Salakia. This is Sirach, I believe I want chapter 36, right? Salakia. This is, bear with me. Salakia. Sirach 22 and verse 4. A wise daughter shall bring an inheritance to her husband, but she that liveth dishonestly is her father's heaviness. So a wise woman, she's going to bring something to the table, right? She's definitely going to bring something to the table. She may know how to do damn taxes, make garments, make jewelry. She may know she may be a caretaker. She may know how to do people's makeup and hair. She know how to do something, right? A wise daughter shall bring an inheritance to her husband. That's what a wise daughter does. A lot of women think when you get married, you just banking on home. You don't bring nothing to the table. An inheritance can be financial. You understand? It can be land in the ancient world. It can be cattle. It can be oxen. It can be houses. Caleb's daughter had the nether springs. When you read the book of Joshua and the book of Judges, she received a great portion of land from her father, Caleb. When we get that account, she brought that to her husband. I believe that was Othniel, if I'm not mistaken. Let me get that precept, Salaki, real quick. Right? And I'm gonna pass it. This Joshua chapter 15 and verse 16. And Caleb said, he that smiteth Kirjath Sepher and taketh it, to him will I give Akash my daughter to wife. And Othniel, the son of Kenaz, the brother of Caleb, took it, and he gave him Akash his daughter to wife. And it came to pass, as she came into him, that she moved him to ask her for her father a field. Hey, she doing the thing, man. She's not just sitting around banking on Othniel. She said, hey, look, my father, I got a business proposition. Hey, your woman might have a plan. You know? Hey, look, I got this idea. What you think about if I do A, B, and C? And you like, well, that makes sense. Yeah, that's a good idea. Let's do it. And you kind of support the business opportunity. That's the spirit that she in. Hey, look, my father got a field, man. You know? She thinking about kids, land. Right? You want a woman that can think. You want a go-getter as a woman. No man wants a woman that's just sitting around, damn, popping her damn tongue at you all day, man. You know, it says, and she came unto him that she moved him to ask of her father a field. And she lighted off her ass, and Caleb said unto her, what wouldest thou? Meaning, what do you want? Who answered, give me a blessing, for thou hast given me a south land, right? Give me also springs of water. And he gave her the upper springs and the nether springs. This is the inheritance of the tribe of the children of Judah according to their families. So she brought an inheritance to the tribe, the whole tribe of Judah. Beautiful inheritance, the upper springs and the nether springs. She was in a low situation with the south land when it's desert, hot wind, it's arid, you can't grow anything. She said, no, not for my household. Hell no, right? I'm going to go do what I got to do. And she brought the upper and nether springs. So if you're dealing with a woman that can't keep a roof over her head, don't know how to save money, either you could teach her and guide her and show her that, or you want to calculate the risk and say, is it worth it or not? You know, you might have a lot on your plate. You might have kids, whatever the case may be. But you got a king.
Con. Everything is just balance, right? It's the book of Numbers, chapter 27, right, in verse number 4. Why should the name of our father be done away from among his family? Because he have no son. Give unto us, therefore, a possession among the brethren of our father, right? It says, and Moses brought their cause before the Lord. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, the daughters of Zephaniah speak right. Thou shalt surely give them a possession of an inheritance among their father's brethren, and thou shalt cause the inheritance of their father to pass under them. So they had an inheritance. You want a woman that has something, man. You don't want a woman that doesn't have a damn thing. She don't have a job. She don't have no understanding. She can't cook. She can't clean. She isn't comely to look at. She just in the world, man. She just coming out of nowhere, man. Right? Saying, I heard of you. I watched your videos. Right? Don't be damn hood with that I watched the videos line, man. Right? And all of these damn pickup lines, man.
Right.
You gotta foresee evil in these last days, man. Right? This the book, Sirach, right? And we pulling these accounts just to let you know that the women of the Lord, and they were bringing things to the table, man. That Proverbs 31 woman, she's not learning all of that in the process. She's already ready to go. She's gift wrapped from the Lord. It's literally a gift from the Lord. You understand? That's Proverbs chapter 12. Let me get that real fast. She is sitting up there breaking pans and pots and dropping the chicken on the floor. It's the book, right, of Proverbs chapter 12 and verse 4. A virtuous woman is a crown to her husband, but she that maketh ashamed is a rottenness to his bones. So a woman could rotten you, man, right, and corrupt you through her not helping you being a pillar. It's the book, right? Let me see what I was about to get. Salaki. It's the book of Sirach, chapter 29 and verse number 21. The chief thing for life is water and bread and clothing and a house to cover shame. Those are the chief things. That's on a twofold level too. You could break it down spiritually, but on a mainfold level, you gotta have a house. If you don't have a house, where are you gonna live, man? You don't want to live in another man's house under another man's understanding and just bowing down to that man and having no understanding, no job. You just want to be taken care of like a big kid, right? A lot of women do that, man. They call gold diggers,
right?
It's a better is the life of a poor man in a mean cottage than delicate fare in another man's house, right? That's definitely going on a mainfold level of men living under another man's house, but it could also be women that don't want to work or put up and hold up their end of the stick, man. If you're staying home, the least that you could do is get the house in order, keep it clean, have the highlighters ready, have clothes pressed, whatever the case may be. Everything got to be in order. You have to bring forth some type of work. You understand? Now, check this out. If she can't keep a roof over your head, you may say to yourself, well, guess what? Your work's going to be to have the house in order, food on the dinner table. You got to have all the clothes washed every day. You got to wipe off the counters. You got to clean the bathroom. That'll keep her occupied. You got to read 7 chapters a day. Look, I'm giving you quizzes. You got to knock that out. And you got to take care of the children. That'll keep her occupied if you're able to be able to provide for the whole household. But if you don't want to go about it that way and want her to be bringing in work too, then you got to kind of ask yourself in this thing, is this worth it? Is whatever I'm putting myself into worth what I'm going to get out of that situation? Because it could do more harm than good. That pretty face or that laugh or that so-called personality, is it going to overthrow me in the latter end? You got it.
That's right. This Proverbs chapter 31, and I'll start at verse. I'm not going to read this whole thing, but every woman should read Proverbs the 31st chapter. Right? You should, read it, man. And learn, not just read it, just say you read it, but read it and apply the mentality. And a woman got to be on fire too. When we say be on fire, we're not just talking about to the brother with the beard. We're talking to the daughters of Zion too, man. A lot of women are slothful. They don't want to learn anything, right? They never help out. You don't want to know how to sew. I don't want to know that. I don't have to know that. I have a husband. I buy my clothes already sold up. And I'll buy my husband stuff. They don't cook. They want to order out all day. There's always takeout, right? And damn Instacart and damn Grubhub, man. And DoorDash and Postmates. And she's always on Yelp looking at the reviews for the latest restaurant she want to go to. And I don't like that. 4 star. She's rating all of the restaurants. Oh, baby, you see this? They got the jerk so-and-so. And the Lord isn't dealing with that, man. And a woman should have certain skills, like we said, that she brings to the table. Now, in the ancient world, the mother actually taught the daughter. A lot of mothers now, they're whores. I'm going to just call it their thoughts. And they're into Christianity. And they've been destroyed by their mother. And they have no idea what's going on. So it's hard for other women to come into this thing and find it out on their own. But women do it any damn way, man. Like Ben, they never did anything to a mouth anything, but the Lord put in their spirit a will to figure things out. You gotta have a drive in this thing, right? A woman should want to be the man with drive. He with a vision, a go-getter, an Action Jackson kind of guy. That's the kind of man and the kind of woman that you should seek, man. A go-getter, not a gold digger, a go-getter. You know. And righteousness, right? So this Proverbs chapter 31 and verse 13. She seeketh wool and flax and worketh willingly with her hands. So she's not afraid to work with her hands, man. She gets down dirty in righteousness. She is like the merchant ships. She bringeth her food from afar. She riseth also while it is yet night, and giveth meat to her household and a portion to her maidens. So she's up, right? And we read that whole chapter. It tells you a candle goeth not out at night. She might be up late. You might be asleep. You might have to go to work. She might be up late, still get stuff done, prepping and planning. You don't want the woman just sitting around. Damn, she sleep 15 hours out the day. That's off as hell, man. You come in from work, she just getting up. Tomorrow, what should I do today? Right? So you want to deal with a woman that's bringing an inheritance to the table. You know? I don't know if the brother had anything else. You got something else, right? I'm going to move on. All right? We're going to move on. So like the brother said, you got to ask yourself, you got to count the costs. Count the costs in this thing. All right, next question. From Edie Mammy, did men cook in the Bible? Well, the Levites, they did the cooking. They're the priests of the Most High. So a lot of women, men never. Hey, the Levites, they cook for the Lord. They seasoned it up. They had the damn pan going in there. And a lot of brothers would say the Levites make the best food. They're the best cooks because they cook for the Most High. A lot of you Jakes, you talk about Issachar, Benjamin, food all day. Hey, the Levites, they actually cook for the Lord. Right? Yeah, you got it, King. I'm going to get this precept.
Right? It's the book of Ezekiel, chapter 46 and verse 19. And after, Salaki, he brought me through the entry, right, which was at the side of the gate into the holy chambers of the priests, which looked toward the north, and behold, there was a place of the two sides westward. Then said he unto me, this is the place where the priests shall boil the trespass offering and the sin offering, where they shall bake the meat offering, that they bear them not out into the outer court, into the sanctuary, Salakia, sanctify the people. Then he brought me forth into the other court, and caused me to pass by the four corners of the court. And behold, in every corner of the court there was a court, and the four corners of the court there were courts joined, of 40 cubits long and 30 broad. These four corners were one measure. And there was a row of building round about in them, round about them four, and it was made with boiling places under the rows round about. So you got all of these different courts and these different places where they have boiling rooms to do these trespass offerings, man. And these sin offerings, these meat offerings, right? All of these different offerings of the Lord. So not only did the men of the Lord cook, but they threw down, man, and righteousness, and they kept the law, and that's in the law. In the law, certain men, the Levites, they have to cook. They have to eat of their sacrifices. You got it.
I was just going to get a classic. This is Leviticus 7 and 9. All the meat offering that is baking in the oven, and all that is dressed in the frying pan and in the pan, should be the priest that offereth it. Frying pans, bacon, boiling, seasoning, for the Lord, not for man, but for the Most High. So yeah, man are the top cooks, man. Now, women, they do the cooking in the household, but men in the ancient world, the Levites, they did the cooking for the Most High. All day, that's all they did was chef it up, cut the fat out, cause and the kidneys, and do one burnt, then season this one this way, then put a little bit of damn oil on that one. That's what they did. Cakes, wafers, oxen, lamb, bullocks, turtle doves. And it went down, man. You know? So I'm not, hopefully that was a sincere question, because it follows up with, I believe so. Y'all don't read. So hopefully that was sincere. Okay, this is from Tone from the City. We know that Yahweh Shah expounded on marriage. If your rib is just completely out of order, what should you do? She claims to be an Israelite, but does nothing the scripture says, and is very vexing. Boy, well, let me get this precept, man.
All right, I got one after you.
All right, let me get this. Now, the brother said she's just out of order. Now, when things are out of order, let me pull this first. I quoted it before. Let me get, I'm going to read Proverbs 15 and 10. All right. Proverbs chapter 15 and 10. Correction is grievous unto him that forsaketh the way, and he that hateth reproof shall die. So correction is supposed to be given and accepted in a marriage. You understand? So if a woman is out of order and the husband is correcting her, not with emotion, you can't correct the woman out of emotion and in your own belly. Women that, and correction period, man or a brother and his wife, it has to be done via thus said the Lord. Now that can be grievous to somebody with what? With no understanding. So if your woman is out of order, claiming to be an Israelite, you have to correct her. Now, if she scoffs against that correction, you can't put her away. You can't say, I'm done, I'm divorced, and you laid with her. You can only put away your woman if she committed adultery or any form of fornication. It could be bestiality, some homosexual act, incest, any form of fornication or actual adultery with another woman or another man, rather. Then that's the only way you can put away your wife. And sometimes, well, you go ahead, King. I got a point after you.
Come. This is the book of Proverbs, chapter 30 and verse 20. It says, such is the way of an adulterous woman. She eateth and wipeth her mouth and saith, I have done no wickedness. That's a lot of women, man. They do these acts and they say they done no wickedness, man. I'm not loud. I'm not out of order. It's you. You don't want a woman that is always you. You don't want to have that problem. In the marriage, you have to be humble. Look, if you wrong, you wrong. Don't be that brother that's always damn right, man. Brother, you're not always right. You're not. You're not the Lord, man. Nobody's always right. That's off. If you think you're always right, brother, you need to examine yourself. And sister, if you think you're always right, or you're always justified, or you always have a counter reaction to why you acted this way in the first place, then you need to examine yourself, man. You want to wipe your mouth after you done did all of that wickedness and say, I didn't do anything, man. That's the first sign of delusion, to be overthrown, to literally not examine yourself, to be put to death in this thing, man. You have to examine yourself. And that goes with a man. At the end of the day, everything falls on a man. If I was you, brother, I would have so many things to help my marriage. I would, on Tuesdays, we could do examine ourselves. Check this out. If you know your woman talk too damn much, or she could get piped up in a matter of seconds, tell her to write down what she wants to deal with or her problems. She'll write them all down. Maybe she say, you stink, socks everywhere. The next one, she say, you don't help me clean up. The next one, you always, whatever the case may be. Then check that out. We could bring it together and we could knock it off one by one. Because the last thing you want to do is have an emotional conversation. You starting off about the socks, and then it ends up 3 years ago about damn Jackie at work, right? How you was in the world before you came to the truth and you was dealing with Jackie. Now Jackie done crept her way in the damn conversation out of nowhere. Next thing you know, she went from them socks being at a level 3, now she's at a level 8. Now damn bed got flipped over, now she calling her uncle over. These things get out of order. A fool changeth as the moon, like the scripture said. So you could write down different things to cover. That way you don't jump to multiple topics, you know what I'm saying, at the same time. That way it can be done decency and in order. And you could tell her when you write down what you got going on, write a precept next to it. Because personally speaking, if my woman is correcting me, she's going to have to use the words of the Lord. She's not just going to start saying, you do this and you do. I'm going to have to hear from the Lord. You understand? And it's got to be in order. So if you're going to correct somebody, look, have her to take her time, get her thoughts together. That'll give her time to cool down. Precept along with it. If she has no precept, she got to ask herself, is what I'm bringing out even worth the conversation? And am I just mad? You don't want to be explosive and impulsive in an argument, in a situation, talking to your wife, you understand, or your husband, because that could boil out of proportion, man. Next thing you know, you both going off. So it all starts with the man to set up the order and do things in order, but you don't want a wife that wipe her mouth and say she's done the wickedness.
And you can always suggest fasting as well. She may have a demon on her. It could be a demon in the house, man. Right? There's nothing wrong with fasting to exercise those spirits as well. Patience, exercising the fruits of the spirit, patience, gentleness, not railing for railing, like I say. So a lot of these things, you don't always have to counter that aggression with aggression, right? You can counter with patience. And the Lord said when he was reviled not again, but committed to himself who justifies, paraphrasing, right? So you can move in that spirit as well. Let me get that in 1 Peter. Right? And at the end of the day, a lot of women think they could just say what they want to say and do what they want to do. And one of the most integral examples is Michal. Look what happened to Michal, right? Who railed against David. Read 2 Samuel, the 6th chapter. And she died childless, man. Right? The Lord cut Michal down. Look what happened to Athaliah. Proud as hell, wanted to be queen. A lot of Eve, you moving in the house like you a queen. Ain't no queen in Israel, man. You got Eve in the truth saying, I'm a queen. You got other sisters saying, no, you can't be a queen. She said, I don't care about that. I'm a queen anyway. Right? There's no queens. You know? You have kings and you have princesses. Look what happened to Miriam. Got smitten with leprosy. And guess what happened? The Lord took away Michal and gave a better woman to David, which was Abigail. And the Lord could do that. Keep playing around with your husband, man. The man that the Most High gave you. Right? And your husband, you have to look at him like Yahweh Shai. Let me get that in Ephesians 5. I'm going to stop paraphrasing all these scriptures. Right? Let me get Ephesians chapter 5. Right? This is a classic. Every woman should look at her husband like Yahweh Shai. I don't care if he's 4'2" with acne. Or if he's 7'5", man. It don't matter. right? If his beard is patchy, you still got to look at him like a Yahweh Shai. If you only know Deuteronomy 28, you have to look at him like he's the Lord. Don't expect him to walk on. Stop waiting for him to walk on water for you to respect him. It's not going to happen, right? Don't expect him to perform some outlandish miracle. Then you're going to reverence him. It don't work like that, man. Right? Let me get this in what's it called? Ephesians chapter 5. A lot of women turn why I ain't seen nothing yet. You still that same nigga from the so-and-so. Right? And women gotta anoint her eyes with eye salve so she can look at her husband like a Mashiach Yahushua. And I guarantee no woman is going to say a damn thing to the Lord. I mean, not even a peep and a mutter. Yahushua in the house, you frown up your face, it's over. Ephesians 5:26. 5:23. I'll start at 22. Wives, submit yourselves unto your own husbands as unto the Lord. For the husband is the head of the wife, even as the Mashiach is the head of the church, and he is the savior of the body. So a wife is supposed to submit herself to Yahushua like the church, which is the elect of Israel, submits themselves to Yahushua. Same way. Never seen the 12 apostles buck up against the Lord. Sometimes they was afraid to ask the Lord certain things. You understand? They moved in fear and trembling. Not that a woman got to be shaken around her husband, but there has to be a level of reverence. Right? It reads, therefore, as the church is subject unto Hamashiach, so let the wives be to their own husbands in everything. So everything in righteousness, the woman has to submit to her husband. Can't be, I want to do it my way. Right? It's my week to make the decisions. I make more money than you. I should have the decisions. This is my house. I put down a so-and-so. I got the co-signer. I did this. Brother, stop letting your woman make all of the damn financial decisions, man. And everything's in her name. She's going to bring this. You're never going to hear the end of it. I'll put it like that. And it's always going to be used over you. And now she always has power over you. She's changing the damn locks. You never got a key. She got the key. You always got to knock, and she'll let you in if she feel like letting you in. Right? So a woman is supposed to submit to her husband, man. And righteousness. You got it, King.
It's the book of Luke, chapter 10 and verse 38. Now it came to pass, as they went, that he entered into a certain village, and a certain woman named Martha received him into her house. And she had a sister called Mary, which also sat at Yahweh's feet and heard his word. So they wasn't in the house bucking up. They sat down submissive at his feet and they heard everything he said, man. And you got to link these precepts up. You got to reverence your husband, you understand, as Yahweh. So if you're not doing that, you're going the hell off. What did the woman of the Lord do? They sat down, they was quiet, they was submissive, and they heard the word, man. That's how you got to be in the house. Yeah, your husband, what he say is a commandment. He may say, let's go right, you want to go left. If you go left, you disobeying your husband, therefore you transgressing against the law, man. It's that deep. It is what it is. That's why it's very important not to put yourself in a situation with a man that doesn't know anything, that just wants you for sex and to manipulate you and to have you as a servant and a slave, man. That's why marriage is very important. You shouldn't rush into it. You shouldn't take this thing like it's a joke or for granted. You should be very, 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 you should look well to your goings as a man and woman to the Lord, man. You don't want to burn in your lust as a man, presumptuously take a woman. Now, all your life is just hell, man. Every single day of your life is hell. You hear nothing but yipping and yapping and jaw jacking and stress. Damn. You just want to crawl up on the roof, like the Lord said, man. I'd rather live on the top of the housetop, man. Right? It says, but Martha was cumbered about much serving. So they were serving in the house. So not only was she quiet, you got the woman, look, she at the feet, and another woman she served. That don't mean this one woman, she was all limp in the mix. She was looking around. No, this is what we're going to do today. And she closing with the brother got open. All of that's folly, man. Right? So you have to ask yourself, plain upon table, am I rehearsing the righteous acts that my foremothers were walking in? You got it.
And here's Eve. Y'all putting too much on the women. Right?
Oh,
and
man.
being righteous and submitting to your husband, asking to the Lord is putting too much on the woman, then yeah, we're doing that. You got to take it up with the Most High, because that's what the Lord is doing. All we speaking is thus said the Lord. Now you got Evie Mammy. We knew it was going to happen. We knew we ought to drop the link. We knew Eve was going to get on here and run her mouth and be out of order. Right? Do men cook? See, that was that question from Eve Mammy. Don't men cook? Right? I'm just saying. I'm just saying. The Lord is not dealing with that. I'm just saying. Let me get this precept. See that? This is the Lord sent Eve Mammy in here as an example of what not to be like. That's the only she doesn't know. We can't get too upset. She doesn't know why she's here. But we know as an example of what not to be like. Right? Eve Mammy. And if that's Eve Mammy's actual picture, goddamn pants on, a bodysuit from Into the Dragon. Oh no, that's the last. What's that? It's the movie Bruce had the yellow and black on. Right? Fighting Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. This is 1 Peter chapter 3:1. Likewise, ye wives, talking about we put you. All we doing is reading the Bible. Now we act like we took brothers and sisters act like we saying when men come in, you gotta be bench pressing when we come in. You should be doing 30 reps. 30 reps a day. Then you gotta do 25 push-ups and jog around the neighborhood blindfolded. Then hop on one leg and then cook a 10-course meal for all of the household and all of the neighbors. And then stay up 24 hours. Right? Where nobody, let me read this, man. Absolute madness. Right? 1 Peter chapter 3:1. Evie Mammy. Likewise, ye wives, be in subjection to your own husbands, that if any obey not the word, they also may without the word be won by the conversation of their wives. Right? I went into that earlier. While they be meaning a woman's modest behavior and wisdom can be enough of a so-called off factor to stir up her husband who's in the world to come into the truth. He's like, baby, you changed. Something about you different. You cooking now, right? You doing this? You reading? What's that Bible thing you're talking about? Was that Deuteronomy 28? Let me check that out with you. Then he come into the truth on this thing, huh? Right? What's them videos, that Israelite video you was talking about? Right? She respecting her more. She treating him like Lord. And your woman start treating you like the Lord out of nowhere. Even if you're in the world, you're going to kind of be inclined to figure out where that's coming from. Right? Verse 2. While they behold your chaste conversation, coupled with fear, whose adorning, let it not be that outward adorning of plaiting the hair and of wearing of gold or of putting on of apparel. And that shouldn't be the woman's primary focus. We're not saying a woman can't look nice. You don't have to walk out looking like the Gross sisters from the Proud Family, huh? Or looking like Bunchy and Nene from down the street, right? And the damn hood rat, huh? Right? A woman could take care of herself. You can do your hair. You can wash your face, right? You could do your little thing. You don't do your little thing with your hair, right? Not the weave and not them nasty, wicked perms, but you could do your thing in righteousness. But that shouldn't be your primary focus as a woman. I know a lot of women in the truth, they think this thing is a fashion show. That's all I see. Women taking pictures like this, doing their makeup. It's not a damn fashion show. Oh, look what she got on. You got group chats. All they do is talk about what another sister got on. The Lord isn't dealing with that, man. Right? Oh, look at her hair wrap. That look cheap. This is not the Christian church. Right? Let me read on. Verse 4. But let it be the hidden man of the heart, and that which is not corruptible, even the ornament of a meek and a quiet spirit, which is in the sight of the Most High, great price. So your meek and quiet spirit, wearing that as a garment is more expensive than your actual clothes. That's what the Lord is looking at. That's valuable in the eyes of the Lord. He don't care about your gold that you got on. He want to care about your spiritual, meek and quiet spirit that you got on. And I doubt Evie Mammy has a meek and a quiet spirit. Now you can say, I apologize, I went off, and then we'll kind of say, okay. But if you keep scoffing on the comment board, then we're going to have to kind of get you out of here. There's one more verse on that. Verse 5. For after this manner in the old time, the holy women also who trusted in the Most High adorned themselves, being in subjection to their own husband. So the ancient word, a woman used to wear that. They adorned themselves in a meek and quiet spirit, even as Sarah obeyed Abraham, calling him Lord. And a lot of women, I don't want to call him Lord. That's real, right? That's still so and so. You somebody's son. You got to eat tomorrow. I want to take care of somebody's son. I want to put somebody's son, right? No, that's your Lord, man. Come on, that's somebody's son. Sarah called Abraham Lord. Do you women, do you call your husband Lord? Well, you're not moving like Sarah, right? You calling him nigga, mans, pookie, boo, babe, what else? Baby.
All right.
All of this damn baby boy stuff, man.
Right. Damn hood rat spirit.
Yeah, that hood rat. You know, I'm on the phone with my bae. His name in your phone is Bae. What are we, 14? This is 2003. And your husband is your Lord, man. You got it, King. That's sweating.
That's right, man. And I feel like, you know what I'm saying, a lot of women, they don't want to do that because it takes away from their masculine spirit because they want to run things, man.
Right.
It humbles them. And women don't want to be humble, man.
Right.
Right. It's the book of Judges, chapter 13, right? And verse, let me get straight to the point, man. And number 6. Then the woman came and told her husband, saying, the man of God came unto me, and his countenance was like the countenance of an angel of God, very terrible. But I asked him not whence he was, neither told he me his name. She had a damn angel, right, come to this woman, and she still didn't speak to him. You know what she did? She went to go tell her husband. Women shouldn't be talking to no men. Women should be conducting themselves shamefaced with their head down. Women shouldn't be out here in the streets. Women should be in full submission under their husband, while their husband is in full submission under Yahweh Shai, man. It says, but he said unto me, behold, thou shalt conceive and bear a son. And now drink no more wine, right? Nor strong drink, neither any unclean thing for the trial. He shall be a Nazarite to God from the womb to the day of his death. Check that out, man. So the woman, you understand, she was very submissive. She was very loving, and she came straight to her husband. She didn't buck up. She wasn't having conversations with men. This is how women should conduct themselves, man. And full submission under their husband. Let's go to Genesis, the 18th chapter, man. It's the book of Genesis, chapter 18 and verse 5, right? This is going into Abraham and Sarah. It says, and I will fetch a morsel of bread and comfort ye your hearts. After that ye shall pass on. For therefore are ye come to your servant. And they said, so do as thou hast said. And Abraham hastened into his tent, into the tent, unto Sarah, and said, make ready quickly 3 measures of fine millet, and make cakes upon the heifer, man. He said, make ready quickly, man. He didn't say it out of order. He didn't say it. He didn't yell at her. Hey, but Sarah, she didn't say, well, you didn't say this. You didn't do that. She made quickly that food for Abraham. She didn't ask no questions. He got a lot of women. I'm tired of eating that. Why don't we eat something else? They always talking back. When Abraham came into his tent, he said, look, make ready quickly. Guess what she did? She made ready quickly. She was in order. You understand? So when your husband come home from doing the work of the Lord, come home from a long day, and he's hungry, you don't have food cooked, you murmuring, you disputing, you clamoring, hey, the Lord is going to kill you, man. The Lord is not dealing with women like that, man. I got one more precept, all right? We're not dealing with women like that, man, right? This is the book of 1 Corinthians chapter 10 and verse 10. Neither murmur ye as some of them also murmur, and with the destroyed of the destroyer. So you don't want to murmur like other people murmur, like the children of Israel in the wilderness, man. And you get destroyed by the destroyer. Those death angels is waiting on you, man. You women that are acting proud, boastful, not shamefaced, feeling real manful, like you have some type of say-so and authority to lead. Hey, the Lord will overthrow you, man. And the next thing you know, you in the world because you didn't follow your head in righteousness. And then you get replaced. Next thing you know, man, hey, man, you in the world. And that's sad too, man. All you got to do is humble yourself. Women don't have to go into the deep, dark prophecies. There's no commandment that says a woman has to go know all the breakdowns, all the prophecies, and teach the whole nation. Look how much weight is on your man's back. He has to teach. He has to lead his household. He has to read. He has to break down exquisite parables and prophecies. And he has to deal with damn oppression by the so-called white man. He had to go to work every damn day just to come home for you to be an adversary, man. When all you got to do is just follow him and be in order. That's a damn shame.
Damn shame. And I'm gonna get Eve Mammy. Y'all putting too much on the women. Absolute madness, man. We putting too much on the women. They don't say that to the so-called white man, right? When he got you damn paying $15,000 a semester to learn about madness and folly and oppressing you and then fondling you. And a lot of these Eve let Esau kind of touch him up at work too, man. You let Esau kind of touch you up at work, make you work all of these long hours. Right? So we put too much on the woman. They don't say that to damn this nation, though. You know, who's damn locking your husband up for no damn reason and pulling him over for no damn reason and killing him and throwing him in the prison system and putting him in a damn grave. A lot of women are going to be destroyed. And I believe they say that women outnumber men. I believe 4-1, maybe 5-1. I believe there's more women than men, rightfully so. And it only makes sense. So more women are going to be destroyed than men. A lot of women are going to die in the last days, man. You know, let me get this in Genesis chapter 3. Then we're going to move on from Eve Mammy, unless she come back. Genesis chapter 3 and 16. Until the women, and a lot of women don't like this verse. Women are leaving alive right now because we call it Genesis 3 and 16. They're turning off the TV, they're closing their laptop and turning the volume down. Waiting till this verse is over. Then they'll turn it back up to check to see if we're still going into it. You're still going into it, they'll turn it back down.
Put it on mute.
Put it on mute for a minute. Act like they got something to do. Right? We got to deal with it. This is Genesis 3 and 16. Unto the woman he said, I will greatly multiply thy sorrow and thy conception. And sorrow thou shalt bring forth children, and thy desire shall be to thy husband, and he shall rule over thee. So your desires to your husband. And a lot of these athletes, their desires to play sports. That's all they think about. They love doing it. They love dribbling the basketball. They love watching game film. They love going to practice. You got dudes that shoot in the gym with the damn lights off. That's how much they love it. They're there before the people get there, and he's shooting in the damn gym with the lights off. Tell you in Sirach 38, all their desires towards their craft. They do it 24/7. You got the guy with the anvil, he's doing it 24/7. Guy making pottery, the carpenter, that's all they do. I'm not going to read the whole chapter. Sirach 38, really what, 25 on down to 38. You read about these men whose desire is in their craft. A woman's desire should be towards her husband. Meaning in her mind, she's thinking about is how to please her husband. Okay, I know my husband, he was working 15 hours today, and he worked 8 hours yesterday. Okay, his feet must be hurting. Okay, let me get him a damn foot massage. Okay, when he come in, let me run some water for him. Okay, I know, okay, I gave him this lunch, but it wasn't that. All she's doing is thinking about her husband. He had kind of a light lunch. I'm going to make him a heavy dinner. Right? Oh, so-and-so, I know, he had a long day. He did this. He was out teaching. Then he did this. I'm going to make sure he got some cold water, so-and-so. That's all she's thinking about. She's not thinking about keeping up with the Joneses. She's not thinking about folly. All her desire and her mind, she's addicted to serving her husband. That's how a woman should be in this thing. That's what the Lord said. That's what a desire is, a craving. Like a crackhead desires crack. He's doing anything to get it, huh? A dope thing, anything to get that, shoot that damn brown sugar up his damn veins, man. They're doing what they have to do. A woman has to do what she has to do to please her husband. The girls want to hang out. No, no, my husband coming in. He had a long day at camp. I can't kick it with you. I'm off the phone. Husband come in, you on the phone with the damn, your husband come in, hey, you off the phone. Hey, what do you need? Oh, I got this for you. Hey, your desires towards your husband this thing, man. You got it, King. Unless you want to move on.
I got I'm gonna add onto that real fast. It says when you go into that word desire, right, in the Hebrew, right, it says desire, longing, craving. You got so-called pregnant women, they crave for different things. They may want pretzels in the middle of the night. Then they clawing on the walls. They making a damn fit, right? They rocking back and forth. They craving that damn pretzel, man, right? Hey, like the brother said, you got crackheads. They craving for crack. Hey, a woman should be craving, right, to make sure that things are in order for her husband, man. Who else going through it? You're called the what? A help meet. What does it mean to help? To be there for you and assist. So women's got to come back to the first estate. This world has jacked women's mind up so bad to where this independent demon, all of these different demons cleave to our women, and now they want to be independent. They want to be that whole Hollywood spirit. Now she's an independent worker. She doesn't need a man. She's focusing on her business. She can do it all by herself. Right? We're not dealing with those type of women, man. That's that American Babylon Western mindset mentality, man. We got to come out of that.
That's right. That's right.
Hey, girl, from what I hear, most of men be lazy. When a woman cries of heavy weights, it's feminist. A woman got to shut up and cry. Yeah.
So we're going to continue with the word of the Lord, right? We're going to move on to the next question, man. It's a lot of madness, man. Right? We're going to move on to the next question. All right, let's see. Like I said, a lot of questions got skipped. So feel free to put your question back out. Like I said, this is strictly about sticky marriage situations. We're not going to go into the 70 weeks or break down the in-depth breakdowns. All right, Henry Ramirez. What do you do when you get into arguments every few days? There's peace, but is there some way to have order and peace in the long run and make it last? You got it. Let me find this precept.
So what do you do when you get into arguments every few days? There's peace in between, but is there some way to have order and peace in the long run? Right. All right, let's go to Matthew chapter 17, man.
God, I got a precept after.
You said what?
I said I got one after you.
Okay, it's the book of Matthew chapter 17, right? And verse number 14. And when they were coming to the multitude, there came to him a certain man, kneeling down to him, saying, Lord, have mercy on my son, for he is a lunatic and sore vexed. And oft times he falleth into the fire and oft into the water. So you don't fall in every day, but oftentimes. So you don't want to oftentimes be tempted with certain demons. I'm led to believe, I could be wrong, it's the same situations. A lot of the time when couples or marriages, they get into problems, it'll be over the same things, man. It'll be always over money, always over women, always over jealousy, always over the same thing that was never resolved from the last argument, that build up to the next argument, that build up to the next argument. It says what? And I brought him to thy disciples, and they could not cure him. Then Yahweh answered and said, O faithless and perverse generation, how long shall I be with you? How long shall I suffer you? Bring him hither to me. And Yahweh rebuked the devil, and he departed out of him. And the child was cured from that very hour. Then came the disciples to Yahweh apart, and said, Why could not we cast him out? And Yahweh said unto them, Because of your unbelief. So you may have unbelief, right, in setting the house in order, or into fasting, or to get in that situation handled. Because if you have a peace every other day, it's definitely a demon in the house, man. It's definitely something that y'all dealing with every 2 days, every 3 days that's trying to take y'all out, man. It says, "For verily I say unto you, if ye have faith as a grain of a mustard seed, ye shall say unto this mountain, remove hence to yonder place, and it shall remove." And that mountain is any obstacle. That mountain could be, you may be arguing about bills being paid, you broke, right? She telling you, you know what, you need to get a fourth job, you need to get a fifth job. Well, my father would never raise me like this. He was a good example. Or my brother, he doing this, right? Hey, the Lord, through your faith, he can move any obstacle. No matter if y'all arguing about, you may not be able to have children, maybe she's barren, maybe it's a problem with you, whether it's bills, right? No matter what's going on, man. Hey, the Lord can move any obstacle through faith and understanding and believing in Yahweh Shah, man. It says, remove hence to yonder place, and it shall remove, and nothing shall be impossible unto you. Howbeit this kind goeth not out, but by prayer and fasting. So while you two come together and praying and fasting, that can do a whole lot for the good. But if you guys are kind of acting towards each other real stubborn, I'm gonna go in this room, I'm gonna go in that room, y'all both reading all mad, kind of, damn, I don't want to deal with her. Y'all both got a grudge on you that's forming into a hatred that's going off, man. If y'all both come together and y'all both pray for one another, y'all both fast, it may not happen immediately because y'all both mad. Don't think in the heat of the moment she just gonna bow down and say that's prayer. It may not happen like that. That's why you gotta flee from sin as from the face of a serpent. Revisit that situation later on with prayer and tell her, look, this is what we gonna do. Don't say, look, we fasting tomorrow, or what's a good day for you? No, look, get your meal in right now. You got the next 4 hours, we fast. Or tomorrow at sundown, this was gonna happen. You set your house in order. You got it.
Yeah, let me get this in St. Matthew, the 5th chapter. And like the Apostle Paul said in 1 Corinthians chapter 7, he says, such shall have trouble in the flesh, but I spare you. So, I mean, in the marriage, you're bound to get into arguments, right? I mean, it is what it is. You're with that person all day, every day, right? One little thing that you may do, it may set them off. One thing they may do, you're bound to get into an argument, right? When you're married, you understand now. You want to limit those things as much as you can. However, often could be what, every other day, right? You say every few days, maybe that's every 3 days. Or you're bound to get into an argument, but I want to get this precept in Matthew chapter 5. A lot of arguments can be prevented by applying, of course, the precepts, right? And not being emotional. St. Matthew 5:38. Ye have heard that it hath been said, an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. That's tit for tat spirit, right? You cut my hand off, I cut your hand off. You don't have to go back and forth all the time. You understand? Right? When it's tension or when a demon, you got to be able to recognize when spirits are in the household too. Right? I'm gonna hold Matthew 5. Let me get Judges 9 and 23. Right? This Judges chapter 9 and 23. Then God sent an evil spirit. Right? It says the Most High sent an evil spirit. Not Satan, not Lucifer. It says, then the Most High sent an evil spirit between Abimelech and the men of Shechem. And the men of Shechem dealt treacherously with Abimelech. So the Lord sends these evil spirits down. That's why y'all getting into it. It's not because you did something she don't like or she did something you don't like. No, the Most High. He's putting spirits down in the household. And you as a man, you have to be the forefront of recognizing that. Right? The woman is the weaker vessel. Not saying that she's not going to recognize it, but you were charged to be able to lead the house. So you should be able to see those things coming. Right? Okay, the Most High sent the evil spirit down. Got us arguing about you left the damn spoon in the damn sink. All hell broke loose because you put the spoon in the sink after the dishes was done. You ate the cheesecake, right? You ate the cheesecake and you left the cheesecake residue on a spoon and it's sitting in the sink and it's sticking there after she did the dishes. Right? Now all hell breaking loose. Right? Now she in the car driving back down south to live with her mother. And you on the phone with damn Tammy about to invite her over. Right? All hell is breaking loose over the damn spoon in the sink. Right? Or you forgot to put the toilet seat down. Or damn, I don't know, use the last bit of the toothpaste. Folly, complete folly, man. Mm-hmm. Right? Then you use the damn comb, right? And then damn chaos break out, man. It says, I'm going back to Matthew 5:38. Ye have heard that it hath been said, an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. But I say unto you that ye resist not evil. What does it mean that you resist not evil? You know, when evil is coming your way, hey, look, resist it not. Sometimes you got to take it in. You got to absorb it. You understand? You got to deflect it. You got to deal with it in wisdom. It says, but whosoever shall smite thee on the right cheek, turn to him the other also. So turning the cheek, it takes a high level of humility and maturity to turn the other cheek. Because sometimes demons will hop on somebody just to tempt you and get you out the spirit. No way in hell y'all ever got into an argument about the spoon, the dirty spoon in the bottom of the sink, ever. Right? It's always been, I do it, baby. Now all of a sudden she blowing up. Yeah, you always leave the spoon in the sink. Right? So and so and so. And you got to say, hold on, that's an evil spirit. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, let me go wash it off. Let me do that real quick. Let me rinse it off. Now, look, shut up, because you always do so and so. You remember that time? Right? The whole argument is remember that time. Well, remember when you, right, did so and so. No, you gotta turn the other cheek in this thing. And you know what? I did, Salakia. Hey, look, I apologize. Right? Let me take care of that. And so, and she should move in that same spirit. Hey, look, you're right. Hey, Salakia, I know the evil spirit is cut. The Most High send the evil spirits down to get us out the spirit. Let's not get our marriage sifted out. Hey, look, you're right, my Lord. Salakia, my Lord. So and so and so and so. That's how it goes, man. What can you say to that? You mad at your wife, you ready to blow up, and she say, Salakia, my Lord. Right? Salakia, my Lord. Look, I won't do it again. Please forgive me. What, you want to keep getting mad? Hey, man, you might be like, oh, okay. Right? Let me get this, hold this real quick in Ecclesiastes chapter 10. Right? Let me get this Ecclesiastes chapter 10 and verse 4. It reads, if the spirit of the ruler rise up against thee, leave not thy place, for yielding pacifieth great offenses. So you may have a spirit of an individual that rise up against you, right? Let's say in the ancient world, the king's wrath rise up against you. Don't flee and run away from the king. It's going to make him want to hunt you down. Yielding is, hey, look, yeah, I went off. Salakia king, I should have did that instead. And a king, his wrath might be appeased. You might pacify that offense. The spirit of the Most High might rise up against you, ready to destroy you. Don't be quick to flee like Adam and go into the other nations. Yielding pacifieth great offenses. Right? Brothers, you got to yield. You got to slow down. You got to yield. You got to turn the other cheek. And all of these offenses and all these arguments to be pacified with humility. Not rail for railing and tit for tat. Humility and yielding is going to pacify great offenses. It can be a great offense. Right? So that's the spirit, brothers. You got to think about that too, man. All that railing for railing, you got to apply that shit. And then she may learn to see how you moving, and then she'll start applying it. Next thing you know, these arguments go from every few days to every damn 7 months. Then probably once in the damn blue moon. You got it, King.
Con. Real quick precept. This Iraq 8:3. Strive not with a man that is full of tongue, and heap not wood upon his fire. So, man, you getting into it with somebody, it's only going to wax worse if you continue to talk about the situation, man. Because you're mad, and guess what? She's mad. Guess what? She's mad. He's mad. It's only going to get worse, man. Right? It always starts off something small, like the rest of the damn spoon in the sink, man. It could be something so small, man. Right? Why didn't you put your fridges in the closet, man? Right? Something very small. Next, it spurs out into a whole argument, man. So you don't want to heap more wood upon that fire. That fire is already kindled. Now, you can do one or two things, man, right? You could go to the words of the Lord, which are the waters of life, and kind of get that fire out of there. You understand? Or you could be a nigga and keep throwing wood and wood and wood until you burn down the whole house, man. And that whole house is everybody in it, man. through your inconsistency and keeping the Lord first. It says what? Just not with the rude man, lest thy ancestors be disgraced. So you don't want to jest with somebody rude. You want to have a conversation with somebody in order that's coming out of thus saith the Lord. So if you perceive your woman is going to hell off, or she got an evil demon on her, whatever the case may be, don't be sitting down there trying to battle a demon, man. Right? That's off, man. You got to flee from sin that's from the face of the serpent. She got a spoon in her hand, or she cussing and she beating on the door. Hey, look, man. Now is not the time to be being damn Superman, man. It's not time for that, man. Right? You got to rebuke, right? You got to know, you got to have discernment and know when things are expedient and when things aren't expedient, man. You got your woman, it's certain men, their women, they cussing out, they drunk, or they beating on the wall, and they sitting up there, they trying to yell at him back. Well, who the hell are you talking to? I'm talking to you. I'm sick of this. And she finally get out all her emotions, what she been holding in for damn 3 months. 3 months she been thinking how sloppy you are, how you falling off with this. All her feelings are now being poured out, man. Well, you could have just left that situation alone. Through fasting, prayer, and respect for one another, those feelings could be washed out of her mind, man. And the Lord washed our minds out, man. We used to like wicked things like weed. Some brothers like cigarettes. Some brothers like partying and clubbing, right? Hey, the Lord washed our minds. So the Lord could wash anybody. You just got to put the Lord first. If it's not founded on a rock, hey, what is it founded on, man? So you got to ask yourself at the end of the day, do I have a level of discernment in this truth? Stop trying to be the macho man, right, of your household. You stomping or you put your boots on, right? As soon as you get out of bed in the morning, you don't put nothing, you put your boots on first before you put your pants on. Stop being over righteous, man. You got to know how to move. You got to be wise as a serpent and harmless as a dove. You got it.
Yeah, and I want to add to that, man. You know how many times brothers are messaging me and women, or me and my husband got into a tussle, right? Oh, we tussle. We got into all this damn tussling in Israel, man. Right? Damn throwing hands. Oh, we got into a tussle. She swung at me. We wrestling on the floor. But it wasn't that bad. Every other week, I'm getting a message. Me and my wife getting into a tussle. Right? Why, brothers? You got to stop. If you get into a damn tussle with your woman, hey, brother, you need to examine yourself, brother. You and your woman keep tussling, man. Right? Y'all fighting, y'all duking it out. She squaring up, you squaring up. I mean, y'all going tit for tat. Body shot, and you finally get that damn kidney shot, you crush her. That's wicked, man. Hey, your brother told me that one time. He said we got into a tussle, but I hit the kidney and I kind of crushed her. And she got back up, so you want to do some more? You want to get some more? He said, I just crushed your whole left side. Well, you still want to go at it? And he went back at it round 2. All right? Now, these things happen, man. You got to stop getting into these tussles. And let me get this in Romans chapter 13. Right? Damn, getting into a tussle with your woman. This, it's like I want 1 Corinthians 13. Right? This 1 Corinthians, and you got to have a rule over your spirit in this thing too. Every little thing can't get you out the spirit. Let me get that first. Everything gets you out the spirit. Right? You damn pick up the food with your left hand instead of your right hand. She pissed. Right? What the hell you doing? Right? You grab the nachos and a deep dish with your left hand instead of your right, and all hell breaking loose. Right? What you do? You been hanging around so-and-so because she right-handed, huh? Right? Keisha right-handed. Right? What makes you think you're supposed to be right-handed now? You've been hanging around Keisha, I bet. Right? All hell breaking loose, man. Everything reminds you of Keisha from 5 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That's evil, man. You ain't never ordered that off the menu, huh? Right? That spirit. Let me get this in Proverbs 25, man. And you, brother, stop letting everything get you out the spirit, man. She didn't wear the hair wrap the way you wanted. Now you blowing up. She normally wear it like this, but now she wore it like this, and all hell broke loose. Right? Or the food, or she damn cook your food. You take a thermometer and you weighing the damn food. I mean, measuring the temperature of the food. It's only 100 degrees. And then you start losing your damn mind. Right? You got to have some control in this thing, man. Proverbs 25:28. He that hath no rule over his own spirit is like a city that is broken down and without walls. And we know what happens to cities broken down without walls. Look at Jericho, right? A man's life resembles that of Jericho. The walls of Jericho were broken down and it was over. It was lights out. It was a slaughter. Everything got destroyed. A man is likened unto Jericho. He break his walls down with pride and emotion, and those demons, they move in and they destroying you, man. They making you think 1,000 things at once. So have some rule over your spirit. Every little thing don't get you out the spirit. Let me get that in initially in 1 Corinthians, the 13th chapter. Right? This 1 Corinthians chapter 13 and verse 4. It reads, charity suffereth long and is kind. Charity envieth not. Charity vaunteth not itself, is not puffed up, doth not behave itself unseemly, seeketh not her own, is not easily provoked, thinketh no evil. So if you're moving in the true spirit of love and charity, you're not going to be easily provoked, right? It should take them 1,000 jabs for you to damn respond to folly into these evil spirits, man.
Right.
You got it.
It's the book of Hosea, chapter 4, verse 13. They sacrifice upon the tops of the mountains and burn incense upon the hills under the oaks and pollers and elms, because the shadow thereof is good. Therefore your daughters shall commit whoredom, and your spouses shall commit adultery. So that, hey man, when you go off, the Lord is going to have a just balance happen to you, man. If you being wicked, guess what? The Lord is going to require that upon your own head. Your woman being wicked, that's going to come back on her own head. Those men that wasn't holding themselves diligent, they were sitting up there in idolatry, witchcraft, and all of these false ideologies and gods. And guess what the Lord did, man? He turned their women out, man. He made them whores. Guess what? If a brother not taking care of their household, they're not in order, your woman may start having wanton eyes. It may start off slow, right? You're not in order. You're doing this. You're not reading. You're not keeping her in order. And she starts to just wax slower and slower until she starts to go back into the world, man. And guess what, brother? You didn't hold yourself diligent. You wasn't overseeing that, man. You wasn't scheduling things for her to do. You wasn't keeping her occupied and on fire. So a lot of these things fall on the men. It says, I will not punish your daughters when they commit whoredom, nor your spouses when they commit adultery, for themselves are separate with whores, and they sacrifice with harlots. Therefore the people that doeth not understand shall fall. So if you don't understand, you're going to fall, man. It all goes back to you not understanding, man. If you're not understanding where you erred, how to run a household, how to maintain your wife, how to keep your children in order, guess what? You're going to fall, man. And that all goes back to the men. So you got to ask yourself, we arguing every 2 and 3 days. What am I doing as a man that's causing a household to be in shambles, man? Am I not making fast, right, more throughout the week? Am I not setting up order? Am I not giving my woman quizzes and a curriculum? Am I not giving her things that's keeping herself occupied? It says what? Therefore the people that doeth not understand shall fall. So if you don't understand how to run a household and how to maneuver, and you're going to fall in this thing, man. If you don't understand how to keep your car running, and all you think at the car dealership, they just throw you keys. You don't know nothing about oil. You don't know nothing about gas. You don't know nothing about getting a damn tune-up. Somebody just throw you some keys, and you just riding your damn car till the wheels fall off. It's going to fall. You got to maintain it. You got to keep that thing running, man. Same with a marriage. You got to see the kinks, and you got to do a manual tune-up, man. You got to do evaluations. And as a man, you got to humble yourself and say, you know what am I doing that I can help you, or I can maintain or be a better man? What can I do? She could give you her, you know what I'm saying, order. Well, I feel like you can go hard. I feel like you can teach me more. I feel like you could be there more for the children. Or whatever that input is, hey, brother, take that, man. Listen to your woman. Don't let your woman have no voice in the marriage. She has no voice. You should be able to ask your woman, you know what? How do you feel about that? At the end of the day, the decision is of the man, but you don't want to rule in such an unjust way or to manipulate your woman or damn be a damn hammer. The nail bend in the damn wood. At this point, you're breaking the damn wood, man. You split the wood, the nail is lost now. You don't want to be that man. You want to make sure everything's in order because if you don't understand things, your whole household could fall.
Huh. Like I said, we've been going through this, and sometimes it'll skip the question. So if we skip the question, just ask it again, right, and put it back on there. So from Ben Yah Ben Israel, what if my wife doesn't want to wear dresses, and I show her the judgment, but she still thinks it's okay to wear pants as long as it comes from the woman's section, right? Well, let me get this.
All right. I think the brother keep freezing. That's Satan, man. Right? I'm gonna bring this up. It's the book, right, of Judith, chapter 12 and verse 14. Then said Judith unto him, who am I now that I should gainsay my Lord? Surely whatsoever pleaseth him, I will do it speedily, and it shall be my joy unto the day of my death. That's how women gotta opt themselves, man. Like, who the hell am I to gainsay my Lord? If my Lord wants this, I'm gonna do that, man. If my Lord wants pancakes, I'm making pancakes. If my Lord wants fried chicken, we making fried chicken, man. If my Lord wants the lamb, we making the lamb, man. Who am I to gainsay my Lord? I want to do this. I want to do that. The Lord not dealing with women like that, man. It says, so she arose and decked herself with her apparel and all her woman's attire. It said all the woman's attire. Now, pants, when you do the history, you understand, and actually go into what that's going into, that's not anything to do with women. Men wore pants. You understand? You will have women's garments. You will have men's garments. Just because we come to this westernized understanding and mindset in this world, don't let that woman's section put a spirit and make you to think that, guess what, this is woman's or this is men's apparel. Because guess what? They got damn purses in the men's section, man. All these men with these damn purses on, man. You got the damn fanny pack spirit. You got a fanny pack, and you keep all your damn lip chap. You keep your phone in there. You got a man purse, man. Just because it's coming in the man's section doesn't mean that it's men's attire. You have to understand that. It said, then she arose and decked herself with her apparel and all her woman's attire. And her maid went and laid soft skins on the ground for her over hollow furnace, which she had received of Bogus for her daily use, that she might sit and eat upon them. So check that out. You have woman's attire. Now that woman's attire is not from that man section that they just skimmed up the measurements and threw it into the woman's section. You got it.
Con. I mean, you pretty much touched on it.
Con.
Yeah, there's no such thing as a woman's section. I have to look at it again. Don't believe that madness. That's crafty counsel and witchcraft, right? Like the brother said, I mean, they even have men dresses now, right? You have these artists, these celebrities. You can get a dress in the men's section now, right? And they have might have your favorite team on there, your favorite NFL team, your favorite athlete. He's got a dress on. Look at Russell Westbrook. Russell Westbrook just paraded the streets of damn LA with a sundress on, a damn pencil skirt damn there. A fitted damn bodysuit just about, man. You know? So we're gonna move on to the next question. Right? That Most High willing is edifying, and brothers and sisters are taking notes, right? And applying certain counsel to their particular situation. Right? Everything's a learning experience. You know, we're coming out of the world. In the world, the so-called Black, Hispanic, and Native American man, you have the highest divorce rate, so-called, amongst all the other nations. And coming to the truth, it seems as though that's the same thing. So we want to kind of limit the divorce rate in Israel, man, and take it away. Take your time when you get married. Make sure you men are proving these women. Make sure you women are equally proving these men. Make sure you're patient. Make sure you're not in this thing out of lust, right? Or make sure you're not in this thing because you burning. Been in you for 4 years, you ain't You ain't did nothing. And the first damn woman that pop up and say Shalom, you over her house at 4 a.m. drunk and regret it, right?
Mm-hmm.
We've seen it, man. So from Tamika Hill, when y'all going to explain what's a man of God position to the women from the Bible? Well, we've explained that. We've covered that. When y'all going to explain a man of God position? Right? I mean, I could touch on it with another precept, but we've kind of went over it. A man's job is to guide his household in righteousness, right? And I'm gonna actually go back to Ephesians, the 5th chapter, because the marriage is based off of a true marriage, and the righteous marriage should be based off of the relationship and model of Yahweh Shai the church. That's how it should go, right? So that's why it's important for you brothers that are married to read the Gospels too. You don't have to just read the book of Genesis and read about David. Read how Yahweh Shai dealt with the church. Read the book of Acts, how the church was on fire for Yahweh Shai. And look at these different men and look at the Yahweh Shai, how he dealt with them, and you apply that to your marriage. You women that are reading, looking to get married, look at the apostles on how they did not buck up against the Lord. Look at how Paul, Peter, John, James, Andrew, Simon, all these men reverence Yahweh Shai. Look how Yahweh Shai dealt with them, right? In the Gospels and in the book of Acts. And so you apply that, the reading, to your life. That's integral in your marriage. You don't have to go to Dr. Phil and Oprah to understand how to move. You have righteous examples, right? But let me read this. Let me get straight to the point. This is Ephesians chapter 5 and verse 25. Husbands, love your wives, even as Hamashiach also loved the church and gave himself for it. So you're supposed to love your wife, right? That's teaching her the commandments, but also on an intimate, personal level, love your wife, right? You're not supposed to just break the scriptures down to your wife, but there is no actual physical love and attraction and intimacy, right? It's just as if she's a student and you're the teacher. And you wondering why, like I said, we're going to keep it real. You wondering why when you burning and you want to do certain things and she don't. Baby, we married, right? But because you treated her like a damn cadet at boot camp all day. She's scrubbing the toilet at 6 a.m. She got to fold the bed and put it in the corner and do all of the tuck in at 7:30, right? Then you wondering why you trying to, and it ain't happening, brother. Because you turned her from being your wife to your cadet, right? So you're supposed to love your wife as Yahweh Shai loved the church. Now Yahweh Shai taught the church. Yahweh Shai gave his life for the church. He was patient with the church. He instructed the church, right? He magnified the Most High to the church. He prayed for the church. These are the things that Yahweh Shai did for the church. He spent all night at times praying for the church. He had compassion on the church, right? He was pitiful to the church. He was merciful to the church. And they could have stoned the woman for adultery. And he said, thy sins be forgiven thee, paraphrasing. He said, go and sin no more. A woman might go off, and you might, hey, look, just don't do it again. Right? You don't got to pull 1,000. You got to look how Yahweh Shai dealt with the church. Right? But I'm gonna read two more. That he might sanctify and cleanse it with the washing of water by the word. You're supposed to purify your wife with the word, right? Because she may be coming out of the world for being a nigger woman, or she may not have instruction from her mother. Her father may not be in her life. She may not have righteous examples around her. So your job is to wash her and cleanse her with the word. That he might present it to himself a glorious church, not having spot or wrinkle, or any such thing, but that it should be holy and without blemish. So if your wife is presented in the day of the Lord with blemishes, and you might get jammed up for that. You might get put to death for that, man. That's blood on your hands. If you let your wife get away with everything, right? If your wife doesn't know any scriptures, all you do is study, she get to be in the world. Hey, so when the day of the Lord comes, she has spots and wrinkles on her garments, that's on your head, man. And that shows that you don't love your wife. Because you want to do your best to remove even the wrinkles from your wife's garment. the same way that Yahweh Shah is dealing with the church. I've never seen Yahweh Shah put his hands on Peter and beat Peter ass, or John or James, or rolled up on Paul and said, "Nigga, what you doing? Why kick against the pricks?" Had him in a damn headlock. Right? What the hell you going? Hey, he ain't do that to the Apostle Paul, man. You know? So look how the Lord dealt with the church. You got it, King.
Con, it's the book of Genesis, chapter 18 and 18. Seeing that Abraham, right? We going over the men of the Lord, man. Right? So we not just in this thing to bash. We're not bashing women, man.
Right.
We literally reading out of the Bible. Now, if you got a problem with it, you got to take it up with the Lord, man. It's the book of Genesis, chapter 18 and 18. Saying that Abraham shall surely become a great and mighty nation, and all the nation of the earth shall be blessed in him. For I know him that he will command his children. And didn't say he would ask them. He said he would command them. He would command his children and his household after him, that they should keep the way of the Lord and to do justice and judgment, that the Lord may bring upon Abraham that which he hath spoken of him. So Abraham will surely get his household in order, man. How do you do that? Through the commandments. That's a soul man's job, man, to keep the commandments and literally lead his family in righteousness. It's the book of Psalms, chapter 78 and verse, right? I'm going to start it on 3, which we have heard and known, and our fathers have told us. We will not hide it from their children, shewing to the generation to come the praises of the Lord and his strength and his wonderful works that he hath done. For he hath established a testimony in Jacob, and have appointed a law in Israel, which he commanded our fathers, that they should make them known to their children. So you have to make the commandments known to the children in the household, and the wife's supposed to be under, you understand, the husband's supposed to be leading and breaking down the commandments to the children. That's plain. A man's, you know, is plain. All he got to do is follow Yahweh Shah. If he's following Yahweh Shah, he'll be teaching you the commandments. He'll be treating you with love, respect. He won't be spit. I've heard you can't make this up, man. I heard Eve say, my husband keep burping in my face, and and he says it's not going off. How do I rebuke him?
Wow.
So he just burping in her damn face, man. Acting like a dog.
Wow.
He probably drunk, man. So you got a lot of wickedness going on. Damn, Jake's burping in women's faces, beating them up in the ribs, having 17 wives and their wife don't even know about it. You want to say something?
Yeah, spitting on them when they come in. Right? Just spitting on them outright. It's, a lot of Eves are catching abuse, man. You know?
Yeah.
Hey, one brother's damn sticking this woman in the basement, popping another woman while his wife upstairs. And I can have more than one wife. It is what it is. Kids trying to figure out what's going on. The wife upstairs cooking food for him. He going to work on another woman in the basement that he just met her on damn Facebook talking about they court. Eating weed brownies.
Yeah. Damn. Yeah. This it's the book of Joel, right? Chapter 1 and verse 3. Tell your children of it, and let your children tell their children and their children another generation. So that's how we got to keep this thing in order, man. You got one man rise up, he keep the commandments, he don't fall off. He teach his son how to be a man, just like David did Solomon. That's why we need real men in the last days, man. Only a man is going to teach his children how to keep the commandments and his wife in order. And only a nigga is going to try to play gangster in the streets and be something he not, man. The Lord never ordained man to be popping willies and smoking. The lust's not for us, man. That's what we get engulfed with through the curses. Once we wash ourselves and put on immortality, you understand, which is righteousness, hey, then we got our first estate. The Lord ordained man to be immortal, right? But through envy of the devil, a sin came up in the death came up in the world, paraphrasing. And wisdom of Solomon, man. So you got to ask yourself, man, am I contributing to the world and what Esau pushes in social media, TV, and damn movies? Or am I doing what thus saith the Lord? Because one generation is supposed to teach another generation, and another generation is supposed to teach another generation. I got one more precept, right? Because if one generation fall off, hey, that's detrimental to the next generation coming up, man. It's the book Joshua, right? Chapter, Salaki, bear with me. It's the book of Judges, right? Chapter 2 and verse number 10. And also all that generation were gathered unto their fathers. And another, Salakia, and arose another generation after them, which knew not the Lord. So you have one generation, they knew the Lord. Then here comes a whole nother generation. Now guess what? These men, if they're not in order, that next generation coming up, that falls on them, man. You have a child and all they're watching is BET and MTV all day, in that little rail house, and little rail uncle just got out of jail. Little rail got about 7 older brothers that shoot dice and do all manner of mischief. What you think your child is going to be given over to, man? You got to look well to your goings as a man of the Lord, getting your house in order. It says what? And there arose another generation after them, which knew not the Lord, nor yet the works which he had done for Israel. And you don't want to let that generation of children come up being a man and they don't know a damn thing about their heritage, who they are, the laws, the statutes, the commandments, and anything about our Lord and Savior. You got it.
Con. So we're gonna move on to the next question. JJ, so cute. Shalom, brothers. Shalom. If a brother is in the truth, but is still married to Karen, will he be forgiven if he stays for the kids? All right, let me get this in the book of Ezra. All right, now that's a difficult situation. A lot of that situation, you may not get custody. They may get custody, right? You can file for joint. There's a way to go about it legally too. But I want to read this precept in the book of Ezra. All right, and we can also go to Nehemiah. All right, but let me get this first. So I can bear with me. Right, this is the book of Ezra, chapter 9, and I'll start at 13. Right, Ezra chapter 9 and 13. It reads, and after, I'll start at 12. Now therefore give not your daughters unto their sons, neither take their daughters unto your sons, nor seek their peace or their wealth forever. So you can't seek the peace of the heathen. You can't try to save them. A lot of you nations, you jakes that want to save the heathen, you're going to hell off. The Lord says you're not even commanded to seek their peace. You're not even commanded to ask, what about the white man? What about the Chinese man? What about you asking that, you're going to hell off. You're seeking their peace. It says, nor seek their peace or their wealth forever, that ye may be strong and eat the good of the land and leave it for an inheritance to your children forever. And after all that has come upon us for our evil deeds and for our great trespass, seeing that thou art the Most High, has punished us, it's like that our God has punished us less than our iniquities deserve, and has given us such deliverance as this. Shall we again break thy commandments and join in affinity with the people of these abominations? Wouldst not thou be angry with us till thou hast consumed us, so that there should be no remnant nor escaping? So our forefather was in a mentality of separating from the heathen. Up to the time of building the temple and acknowledging their great sins and trespasses, why would we even try to deal with the heathen? If you're dealing with an Edomite woman, you got to separate from that woman. You understand? And see if you can get custody of the children and to raise them up in righteousness. Right? I'll put it straight like that. You got it, Ken.
Real fast. This is Nehemiah chapter 13 and verse, right? Now I'm going straight to the point. 26. Did not Solomon, king of Israel, send by these things? Yet among many nations was there no king like him, who was beloved of his God, and God made him king over all Israel. Nevertheless, even him did outlandish women cause him to sin. So those Edomites, man, they ain't gonna do nothing for you, man. What they're gonna do is they're gonna draw you away from the Lord, man. Check that out. That's what they're gonna do. They're gonna make it easier for you to be engulfed with cigarettes, with fun, with nights on the town. This is their kingdom. So they have no structure. They have no laws. They have no commandments. They have no leadership or nobody to guide them, man. They have the spiritual demon Satan to take them and lead them wherever they want to go. But we have structure. We have a Lord. We have a light. We have a path. We have a way to go. But guess what? They don't. They're wanderers and vagabonds throughout the earth. But guess what? We have a direction we must be going in, man. We got to get the kingdom of heaven. We have laws, statutes, and commandments to abide by. They don't. So while you want to study, they're going to want to binge watch TV. While you want to sit there and get your house in order, they want to go out at night on the town. She's going to always draw you away. While you want to keep the Passover, right? You want to keep the blowing of the trumpets. She's going to be wanting to keep Christmas. She's going to want to be keeping Halloween. So that's not a just balance, nor is that profitable on any fold. So you got to separate from your enemies,
Khan, and I'm gonna get that in the following chapter. This Ezra chapter 10 and 3. Now therefore, let us make a covenant with our God to put away all the wives and such as are born of them. Now these are heathen wives, right? According to the counsel of my Lord, and of those that tremble at the commandment of our God, and let it be done according to the law. Right? Arise, for this matter belongeth unto thee. We also will be with thee. Be of good courage and do it. Don't be afraid to do that, brother. The Lord said, be of good courage and do it. Why do you have to tell them that? Because a lot of these brothers, they didn't want to hurt their feelings. They didn't want to lose that Edomite wife they had. And you read First Ezra chapter 8 and 69, they had Edomites, they had Moabites, they had the Canaanites, they had Egyptians, they had Amorites, they had all these heathen, man. He said, be strong and do it. You know? You had something else on that up?
La'ah.
All right, next question. From I'm a daughter to a king, Yahweh Bashmi Awashai. How do a woman show her husband love and affection when he rejects it, and only touches her when he wants loving, but she can't touch him when she wants loving? Right? How do a woman show her husband love and affection when he rejects it? This is similar to the first question, but from the other side.
So I mean, I jump in there.
Con, you got it.
Right. All right, so let's go to the book of Ezekiel. Right? It's the book of Ezekiel, right, chapter 16 and verse number 9. And it reads, then washed I thee with water, yea, thoroughly washed away thy blood from thee, and I anointed thee with oil. I clothed thee also with broidered work, and shrouded thee with badgered skin, and I girded thee about with fine linen, and covered thee with silk. I decked thee also with ornaments, and I put a bracelet upon thy hands, and a chain on thy neck. So, like we was going in the early on in the lesson, you gotta kind of make yourself comely, man. Not that you're not, you understand, to your husband, but you're gonna want to make yourself irresistible, man. Right? Now, if you get your hair done or you fix yourself up, throwing some myrrh, you understand, it's a little lighter, right? Then a frankincense, or throw some frankincense on, whatever you want. Do what you gotta do, you understand? Or mix them both together, man. Right? Hey, and we all grown, man. Right? Take off that grandma robe and put something on that your husband made the light in, right? And you could drop little hints around, man. Right? Hey, that's what women should do, right? You don't want to. No man likes an aggressive woman, man. Like grab you by the beard, going like this. Come here,
Right?
Get the hell off me, man.
That
right?
Rasputia.
You said what?
That Rasputia spirit.
Right, the damn Rasputia demon, man. Don't nobody like that, man. Hey, a man likes to chase, right? He likes to hunt, man. And you got to know that as a woman. That you're the prize. A man likes to hunt. A man likes to devour, man. Righteousness, right? Not going, we keeping it on a level, right? But a man, hey, he likes to do what he got to do, man. A man don't want to be told what to do, right? Now is the time. Come over here and handle your wifely duties. 1 Corinthians 7. 4 on down. Then he like, damn, man, I'm watching the game, or damn, man, I'm about to eat this chicken. You know, oh, I have to do it. I got work in the morning. I'm like, all right. Now you just kind of going through the motions, man.
Right.
You're gonna want to be engulfed in everything, right? And as you read the scriptures, man, you know how the Lord loves Israel, man, and how he says how beautiful she is. Now the Lord doesn't need to say she's decked up with gold and silver, dove's eyes, long hair. He don't need to say all of that. But the Lord, he created the beauty. He created things that are comely. He created these different spices and these perfumes and all of these different things. It says, and I put a jewel on thy forehead, and earrings in thine ears, and a beautiful crown upon thy head. So you don't always have to have that fresh out the shower spirit. Just get out the shower. Like that's supposed to make your husband like, okay, I know what time it is now. You're out the shower. No, you gotta make yourself look good, man. Right? And that may take time. You can deck yourself up. Right? You can go out and enjoy yourself. Right? May get something to eat, come back home, dressed up, whatever the case may be. Hey, but you want to make sure that he knows what's going on and that it's not a chore and a duty. The same way a man, you understand, on that just balance would do the same thing. Right? It's 2 more on that. And put a jewel on our forehead and earrings in thine ears, and a beautiful crown upon thine head. Thus was thou decked with gold and silver, and raiment was of fine linen and silk and broidered work, and thou didst eat fine flour and honey and oil, and thou was exceedingly beautiful, and thou didst prosper into a kingdom. Check this out. And thy renown went forth among the heathen for thy beauty, for it was perfect through thy comeliness, which I had put on thee upon thee, saith the Lord. So the Lord put all these things on us, which is on a spiritual level. Our wisdom, our knowledge, our understanding, casting off that old man, making us shine. Deuteronomy 7 and 6. We prevail in everything. We the kings. You understand? We the princes. We the generals. We the captains. We the officers. We the mighty men. We the apothecaries. We the apostles. We the disciples. The Lord built us up to a nation where everything in it that's comely and beautiful. But on another fold, you got to ask yourself, you know, am I doing things to keep my husband engulfed to follow me and be drawn after me? You got it.
Yeah, I'm gonna get this in Judith chapter 10 and verse 3. This is Judith. And pulled off the sackcloth which she had on, and put off the garments of her widowhood, and washed her body all over with water. And it's not saying a woman isn't doing this, but this shows, you know, a man, like we've been saying all day. A man, the Lord said, in the book of Sirach, about a beautiful countenance. There is nothing better, paraphrasing it. Right? Sirach 36 and Sirach chapter 26. Right? So a beautiful woman is recognized in the eyes of the Lord as a good thing. So she washed herself all over with water and anointed herself with precious ointment. Right? And braided the hair of her head. So she anointed herself, putting on that oil. And a lot, I mean, like I said, we all grown, but you know, some of these oils, they have them names for a reason, right? You brothers, you know what I'm talking about. They have certain names. You get these oils. When you with your woman, Jake trying to sell you them oils, and you kind of, they sell you that, and they put them names in there for a reason, man. I'm not going to give you the names of certain of these oils, you know, but you put these oils on, man, you know, for a reason. It says, and braided the hair of her head. Right, don't put no cologne on. Right, you don't have to put that thick deodorant on, where you smell like an athlete. Right, and the white is seeping under your arms. Damn, white seeping under your damn arms, man. You know, it says and put on the garments of gladness, which she played during the life of Manasseh, her husband. So she used to be fly when Manasseh was around, man. When her husband came around, Judith made sure she decked herself out. Right? It reads, and she took sandals upon her feet. She don't have the Timbs on, knocking the boots. Like they got the old song, damn, I can't remember who stood it, but it's knocking the boots. Damn, Timbs on. The Lord is not dealing with she got Timbs on, you got Timbs on. Right? She put on her beautiful sandals. Right? She don't have no big damn Timbs on. in the forces. A woman has to be feminine, right? It reads, and put above her her bracelets and her chains and her rings and her earrings and all the ornaments, and decked her body, decked herself bravely to allure the eyes of all men that should see her. Now, she did that to catch men with guile, but that should be your purpose as a woman. Am I going to break my husband's neck when he comes in? Like, what the hell? And he dropped everything he's doing? Or to always have the same nasty lingerie on, spaghetti stains on, you understand? Don't fit, right? You got it from your auntie. You don't know what's going on. The food burning in the oven, and you gotta kind of set the mood in this thing. Now, if your husband, now I'll put it on another way. Now, your husband could be dealing with something. Sometimes men, all right, Elder, the Elder sent the song H-Town knocking the boots for the Elder Caleb. But you don't want to I want to say a man also, which I've seen before, like they show you that in the movie I believe A Christmas Story. It was an old movie. What was that with Chris Brown? And he was damn, and they went with the damn grandma. And you had one of the husbands, I can't remember who the husband was. He was dealing with another woman. So he didn't want to deal with his woman. She came out. I can't remember who it was. It was the what's the name of the sister that speak for the Boondock for Riley and Huey? Regina King. Regina King. Regina King played in the movie. I can't remember who her husband was, but she came out in the movie. She had the lingerie on and all of that, and he was acting like he was asleep because he was really dealing with somebody else the entire time. I'm not saying that's what your husband is doing, but sometimes that's the case too. When a man doesn't really want to deal with his woman, it's either two things. It's either she may not be doing something, or he might be attracted and lusting after another woman, and that's all he's thinking about to the point we don't want to deal with you. Say he burned his lust and get his rocks off, then he might want to deal with you. Now, I don't know if that's the case. You don't know if that's the case, but a woman should know if your desires towards your husband, you should know when he's acting different, right? When he's not giving you that attention he used to give you. When he's ducking off in the middle of the night, going to the grocery store, it's 2 a.m. I got to get some eggs and milk, right? You came out with the lingerie on, he hopped in the car, got to get the eggs and milk, and the grocery store is closed. And he leave out on the phone, yeah, baby, so-and-so. Right? So sometimes a lot of men, they be going the hell off too. Sneaking off, doing dirt, and they don't want to deal with the woman. So you got to sit there as a woman. Now you got to sit there and examine the matter. You want to sit there, okay, let me do what I'm doing. I'm doing what I'm doing. I'm doing what Judah did. I'm doing, I'm giving a counsel. I gave good counsel, not qualm. I'm decking myself up. I cooked his favorite meal. He liked lasagna. I made it right on time. I did this, and he still don't want to deal with me. I've been working out, and so-and-so. Something is going on. Mm-hmm. Now you got to see what the hell is going on. Maybe he's stressed out. And a lot of men, to take it on another level, like I said, we all grown. A lot of these older men, they can't really, they can't do what they have to do because of stress. A lot of times they stressed out too. He may be catching hell at his job. He might be dealing with some demons. You know, he might have a lot on his plate, so he may not be as inclined to be intimate as you would want him to be. So now you got to pry and open the door and see what's on his mind. You got to get down to the bottom of that. Because either now that can cause you to go off and burn in lust if you're not getting your womanly needs. And that can cause him to go off if you don't stop him from going off if he is going off. So I would say that too. That's why the Lord says in let me get this in Deuteronomy 13. Right? This is the book of Deuteronomy. A lot of jakes, they be doing dirt, man. You know? This Deuteronomy.
Con, I got something after you.
Con, let me get this quick precept. This is Deuteronomy chapter 13 and verse. I'll start at 14. It reads, Then shalt thou inquire and make search and ask diligently, and behold, if it be truth and the thing certain that such abomination is wrought among you. So you got to inquire and make search in this thing. Don't just say, well, I don't know. He's doesn't do nothing, I guess. I don't know. Well, it is what it is. No, you got to make search. You got to become a detective in this thing. Right? Well, what the hell is going on? It's 4 a.m. He's ducking off and going to 7-Eleven and Safeway. Something's not right. Right? Now you got to ask some questions. You don't got to sneak and pick up his phone and go through all that and but you got to figure out what's going on. And that's simply by talking to him and expressing how you feel and praying that the Most High put the spirit of righteousness in the household for things to come to light. And remember, everything's going to come to light any damn way. That's Luke chapter 12:2. So you got to keep that in your mind that the Most High is going to justify the righteous and condemn the wicked, no matter who it is, man or woman, small or great. But you got to make search as a woman too, because you don't want that to weigh heavy on your mind. You got it, King.
Right? And hey, that be like going into it, man. That goes a lot in marriages, man.
Right.
It happens more than you think it does, man. So don't think it's just something you doing or it's you all the time. It may not be you, man. Right? Look, check this out, man. And everybody done seen this before, right? It's the nutty professor.
Oh yeah.
She damn decking herself all up.
Look off.
He playing sleep over there.
Yep.
He trying to avoid it.
Yep.
Tell you what, be shooting if you turn that shit off so I can get some out of here. She asked me to look at me. Feel like I look at you for? I know what you look like. We married for 44 years, and you want me to look at you?
Somebody know what you look like.
I know just what you look like. Please look at me. Damn, now we here we go. You got a show tonight? What you got that on for? You don't know. After 44 years of marriage, I don't know what to say to you, Cletus. I'll tell you what you should say. You should say good night and take that damn rag off that lamp before we burn something.
See that? You don't want to be that man, man.
Right.
Right? See what the hell you got that on for, man.
Right.
So you gotta take care of your wife, man. And you gotta notice her trying to you understand, become comely for you, man. And get things in order. Shalom, King. And get things in order, man. Right? So you don't want to be a nigga, man. You want to take care of your wife, make her feel beautiful. And y'all want flesh at the end of the day, man. If you hurt, she should be hurt. If she's hurt, you should be hurt, man. You should make sure if you got a joint pain in your wrist, you're not going to not care about it. That's your body. It may not be your chest, your arm, or your leg, but it still feels pain. If your woman feels pain, you should feel pain. You should make that your duty to make everything okay. You got it.
I got a quick point. I was going to say, when Israel gets married, or when a man gets married, in the truth, they think now it's their turn to be a roaring lion in the house. Kind of bully they woman, put them in a headlock, say, cook me something every day, every night, 365, forever. I don't never got to help you out. You know, it's a team. You're in a team now, right? You're the head player. You got to help the team out. You know.
God. So for I'm a daughter to a king. How about Shia? Also, reaching out to other sisters too. You know, it's good to have a sisterhood as well, right? Let me get that in Ecclesiastes 4:9 because you may talk to another sister who's experienced something like that, and she may have overcame it, or may give you her particular experience in that situation and give you counsel and advice. So, you know, before you even make a move or, you know, you talk to your husband, the Lord said in Sirach 32:19, do nothing without advice, right? Let me get this in Ecclesiastes 4:9, a classic. 2 are better than 1 because they have a good reward for their labor. For if they fall, the one will lift up his fellow. But woe to him that is alone when he falleth, for he hath not another to help him up, right? So there's a lot of married women in the truth who have experienced ordeals and downfalls, 15 years, 20 years, 8 years, 10 years, 9 years, and they've seen things. They've experienced things. I mean, you're bound to being married that long. Like damn Cletus said, 44 years, man. Hey, that's a long time. You know, now Cletus was going to hell off, and Eddie Murphy was going off for being Cletus and his damn wife at the same time. But the point of the matter is, I would also reach out to a sister that you hold in regard of wisdom, knowledge, and understanding that is married to be able to seek counsel about this particular situation. Chiefly, that's married. You know. So we can move on to the next question from Legacy 7. Is praying and fasting the only way to get rid of the demon out of the house? Right? Now that's one of the main ways. That's one of the chief ways to get rid of these demons. Now, I'll read that in Mark 9. Right? Let's justify that with thus said the Lord. Right? Let me get this in St. Mark, the
I
9th
got
chapter.
precept after you.
God. Right? This is St. Mark. And a lot of these are good questions. We've done this before. We've seen questions that you wouldn't even believe. Right? My husband is spitting on me. Do I spit on him back? Right? Oh, my wife has 3 men that she's sneaking around with. What do I do? Right? And we hear stories, man. You know? But this ain't Mark chapter 9 and 25. Let me get straight to the point. Mark 9 and 28. When he was coming to the house, his disciples asked him privately, why could not we cast him out? And he said unto them, this kind can come forth by nothing but by prayer and fasting. So certain spirits, no matter what you do, no matter how often you read, if you want to carnally work out and fight it, it's never going to happen, right? This kind can come forth by nothing but by prayer and fasting. So that's a good way. Even certain spirits, you may not know how to deal with it, but you meditate in the word, and you might remember a precept and know, okay, I didn't apply that precept. I fasted and I prayed, but also you have to be vigilant too, right? You can't, you can pray, but you have to have works too. Works are fasting, but you also have to take the offensive in this thing to cast out demons too. You may have to cut off certain people. You understand? You may have to remove the accursed thing. There are certain things that you have to do as well. You have to always be on the offensive. Don't just be on the defensive holding your shield up. You can never win a war. Well, this isn't the damn NFL where they say defense wins championships. You got to be, the Lord gave you the sword for a reason. In Ephesians, the 6th chapter, and the shield. You got to use them both. You got it, King God.
I remember the Seahawks lost. Just an analogy. Remember the Seahawks a few years ago? They was known for their defense and they ended up
Right,
losing to the Patriots. I think
right.
they called them the Defenders of Boom or Doom, something like that.
Yeah, Legion of Boom.
The Legion of Boom. And ended up losing, right? Because they boasted in their defense. But this is 1 Samuel 16 or 14. But but the spirit of the Lord departed from Saul, and an evil spirit from the Lord troubled him. And Saul's servant said unto him, behold, now an evil spirit from God troubleth thee. Let our Lord command thy servants which are before thee to seek out a man who is a cunning player on an harp. And it shall come to pass, when the evil spirit from God is upon thee, that he shall play with his hand, and thou shalt be well. And as we continue to read, we know that that's true. The spirit ended up departing from Saul. Why? Because David was playing that beautiful song on our harp. I bring that out just to say that certain music can kind of put you in a better mood, as opposed to, what do they call it, trill music, heavy gangster rap. If you're going through a rough patch or a bad week or a bad day, or you just not feeling in the spirit, listening to Tupac won't help you out. Listening to Lil Nas X that damn sure won't help you out. Listening to carnal music, that's not going to put you in the spirit to serve the Lord. But when you listen to righteous music, and brothers and sisters know the righteous music that's in the world of Israel. But when you listen to them, you listen to the lyrics, Avaratazai, it'll exhort you to go harder for the Lord. And that's one of the ways that you can kind of push off that spirit, right? Because the evil spirit's not going to be tuning with the righteous vibes. They're not going to dance to that music. And then you got the other type of music on a spiritual sense. This is Matthew chapter 17, verse 11. It's not it.
11.
11. 11. Book of Matthew, chapter 11, verse 17. And saying, we have piped unto you, and ye have not danced. We have mourned unto you, and ye have not lamented. Main point I want to extract is that he piped into him. He sang that righteous song to him. All right, when you read the scriptures, you read in the lyrics to this song, and that can help repel spirits and demons off of you. That's why the Lord said, blessed is he who readeth. All right, when you reading, now you're going to be blessed with the wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. Is that demon going to remain on you while you reading and just kind of, helping you while looking over your shoulder, helping you pronounce words that you don't know? No, that spirit's going to hop off of you because the spirit of understanding is dwelling among you now, pursuing the wisdom of Solomon. One last one, the wisdom of Solomon, chapter 1, verse 3. It's like verse 4. I'll start at 3. For froward thoughts separate from God, and his power, when it is tried, reproveth the unwise. For into a malicious soul wisdom shall not enter, nor dwell in the body that is subject unto sin. So when you read the words of wisdom, which is the word, them evil spirits, they can easily hop off you. I yield.
God. So let's move on to the next question. From the Shia or Niger, right? So if a man's wife committed adultery and he has suspicion but sleeps with her anyway, does that make him an adulterer? Because she technically was another man's husband, would he be judged as a sinner? Let's read it again. If a man's wife committed adultery and he has suspicion but sleeps with her anyway, does that make him an adulterer? Because she technically was another man's husband, would he be judged as a sinner? Yeah, okay, well, if a man knows his wife committed adultery, he got to put her away. Right? He has to put her away. All right, let's get that in Jeremiah 3:1. You can't be knowing your wife committed adultery and still dealing with her, man. Act like you don't know what happened. Pretend that it never happened. That's effeminate and weak.
That's
You
a
know
swinger spirit.
You said what?
That's a swinger spirit.
Yeah, you know your wife getting dealt with by another man, and she come home smelling like another man, and you act like you're ignoring it. All of the signs and all of the red flags, surely you will ignore those things, right? She come in, she smell like Dolce and Gabbana. You don't wear that, right?
Axe.
Smell like damn Axe. Got damn Axe spray, man, like it's 2004, right? She got a jersey on. She got his damn high school jersey on, and she called you his name by accident 3 times in that night. Brian, and Brian. And your name is James. And you act like you're ignoring it. You can't be a fool in this thing. Let me get this in Jeremiah 3:1. If you know your wife is committing adultery, you still laying with her, now you going to hell off. Right? This is Jeremiah that see no evil spirit. Right? Jeremiah 3:1. They say if a man put away his wife and she go from him and becometh another man's, shall he not return? Slack you. Let me read it again. They say if a man put away his wife and she go from him and become another man's, shall he return unto her again? Shall not that land be greatly polluted? We know what that land is. The land is where you plant your seed. That soil is now tampered with and corrupted. How are you going to plant your seed when it's another seed already in there? Here's a hole digged in the soil. You look in there, it's a man's seed in there. You just put your seed on top and cover it up like you ain't see that seed. That's off, man. That's evil. You're supposed to plant your seed in soil that has no holes in it, and the ground hasn't been broken up, and you can do all of that labor. And you enjoy the labor of breaking up that ground, if you can understand, digging that hole and planting your seed where no seed was before. So if you go in your field and see another man's seed in your field, hey, it's polluted, man. Because the fruit that's going to grow up is his fruit. So it's being tampered by the waters. You got it, King. Plain.
Con.
All right, that's plain. And the Lord said, if she go not as you will have her, cut her off from your flesh and give her a bill of divorce. That's wicked. Damn, women commit adultery. You act like you ain't see it. Are we gonna get a few more? We're gonna wind down. Right? Let's see. From Damon Rays. I met my husband before I woke up to the truth. Been with him 15 years. He has a drug problem. What do I do? I met my husband before I woke up to the truth.
Right? Is he in the truth?
Yeah, that's a good question. Like a lot of these questions, man. You know, we should have dropped the link.
Yeah.
You know, maybe we could. Y'all want to do that for the last like 15?
Yeah, we could just do that.
We'll do that as soon as damn. Let's see if I remember how to do it.
Just drop the link. No folly. And no made up stories.
No folly and no vanity.
Right.
If you have a sincere question, right? I believe that's the link. Right? If I'm not mistaken, is that the link? That may not be how to do it. So Salakia, let's see, invite guest, copy. Brothers, let me know if that link works or not.
You sent another one?
I sent that first one. Right? Let's see. I don't think that one works. Right? But what we want to do is drop the link. And if a brother could let us know if it works or not, and if anyone had any closing questions, we'll do that. But I'm not sure if it works. I'm not sure if that's the way. So Salaki, bear with me.
I'm about to try.
You about to see if it works?
Con.
We've done it before, but I almost forgot how to do it. Y'all, you remember how to do it?
Do what?
The link. Oh, somebody said Khan.
No, yeah, that's me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
so it worked. It worked. Okay, all praises.
Hello.
Okay, shalom.
Shalom.
Hello.
Shalom.
I really enjoy y'all teaching. Y'all really bring that word.
All praises.
Yeah, that was me, my husband, and me been together before. I was a Christian over 20 years. And I got it. I woke up to the truth about 6 years now. And he doesn't want to wake up to the truth. I mean, maybe now he's kind of working on himself. He put himself, away. He's trying to work on his drug problem. But I've been through a lot with him. And I really don't know what to do. We have 2 children together as well.
All right, well, let me get this precept real quick. Right, with situations like that, and you've explained the truth to him, and he's still not trying to deal with it.
I've been explaining it. I've been praying for him. I've been telling him about it. One time he told me F God.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
I don't know if it was the drugs, but that's what he did tell me. And I really want to know, what I should do because I've been through a lot with this man. I was with him while I was in the Christian church. We were together then. And I walked out the Christian church. And as soon as I walked out, I walked into the truth. So I know that was a divine plan of God. It had to be. So I really want to know what to do. I'm 52 now. You know what I'm saying? I really don't desire to walk alone, but if I have to, I'll stay by myself. I just want to know what to do, what direction to go in. Because foremost, I want to please God first, not just, my flesh or myself. I would prefer to please God, but I want to know what to do. And because I'm in a messed up situation. Right now, he's in a rehab and he's supposed to be in there for like 9 to 12 months if he follows through with it.
Let me read this. This is First Corinthians.
Hold on, I want to write this down, please.
Okay.
Just give me a second.
Okay, con.
All right, First Corinthians.
I'm gonna read chapter 7, and I'll read verse 11. Actually, I'll read verse 10, and I'm gonna read through 15.
Okay.
So this First Corinthians chapter 7 and 10. And unto the married I command, yet not I, but the Lord. Let not the wife depart from her husband. But, and if she depart, let her remain unmarried, or be reconciled to her husband, and let not the husband put away his wife. So the golden standard is for a marriage to always be reconciled. Now,
Right.
that's in a normal situation. You
Right.
understand? In a severe situation, if a woman leaves her husband, we always say there has to be a situation where, your life is threatened. If you feel as though this man is on drugs, he can harm you, or a particular severe situation like that. Sometimes you may need to separate
Right.
temporarily, or for your spirit.
Yeah, because it's a lot. It's really a lot.
Now I'm gonna read on. It says, and that could be hard. I mean, you've been married, you said, well over 15 years.
Yeah, it's a
So,
lot.
and y'all have children together. So
2 children, yes.
he brought out in Philippians chapter. We're never going to condone just a woman leaving
Leaving
her
a husband.
husband just for
Right.
for vanity. That would be
Right. No,
breaking
I
the
don't
law.
want to do that. I
Right.
want to know, like, how much can a person, and I know we got to go through things in this walk. I choose, I want to walk this walk. So I know I'm going to go through things. I'm not to going through trials and tribulations, but I want to know what to do at this point,
Con,
because I just want to do the right thing. That's it.
and we're going to try to give you every option too. I mean, every scenario. But let me read on.
Please.
It says in verse 11, but and if she depart, let her remain unmarried, or be reconciled to her husband, and let not the husband put away his wife. But to the rest speak I, not the Lord. If any brother hath a wife that believeth not, and she be pleased to dwell with him, let him not put her away. And the
Okay.
woman which hath an husband that believeth not, and if he be pleased to dwell with her, let her not leave him. For the unbelieving husband is sanctified by the wife, and the
Right. I know
unbelieving
the
wife
scripture.
is
Yeah.
sanctified by the husband. Else were your children unclean, but now are they holy. Now, to clarify on that verse, if you're dealing with an unbeliever and they're
Right.
bringing drugs in the home,
Right.
that's not real. That's not being pleased to dwell with you. We can't take being pleased to dwell with you and apply
Yeah.
it to every situation. Because he
Yeah.
can say, I'm
Con.
pleased to dwell with you, and then he's
That's
beating you
acting
up.
like a,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, being a
Mm-mm.
hypocrite or saying it to manipulate or the
Right.
situation. So you've tried praying, you can pray more. I mean, you can fast more. These are things you can do.
Because he
Um,
wants to stay with me, but I don't know if I want to continue. It's a lot. I've dealt with a lot. 15 years is a long time to deal with somebody in that state. It's a lot.
when you say drugs, what drugs are being used?
You want the truth?
Con.
Crack and dope.
Yeah, that's
The worst kind.
con. All right, you had something?
Yeah, I would say, according to the law, you would have to listen to your husband. You not knowing what state he's in, he could be telling you to do things that's unjust for you to be
Right.
manipulated to do them. Now you're in a situation
Right.
to where now you have to do things to please the Lord and keep the commandments that you may not
Right.
even feel are sincere from him. You may tell you to go
Right.
up, cook something, because he's mad. You know,
Right.
the commandments, you understand, are for the unjust to repent and wash themselves to come to the light. So that
Right.
man, you understand, being in that situation, in that state, that's not healthy for you. You know,
No, it's not.
not healthy at all. He can
It's
tell you
not.
certain things, right? He can tell you certain things, and according to the law, you have to do them if it's not transgressing the Lord. He can't
Right.
tell
And
you
that's
to
what I let
sin,
them know.
right? He can't tell you to sin and then you go and sin. Not like, you know what I'm saying, that's off. But if he tell you to do
Right.
certain things, he may tell you to make the bed 3 times in a day. He may tell you to wash all the dishes again because I see a spot. He may be very grievous unto you, and that's weighing
Right.
you down on top of his drug addiction, on top of all of these things. You don't want to burden yourself, sister. You know, like the
He's
brother
not
brought
a
out.
horrible person. It's just this addiction makes him do things. It makes him an ugly person. On top of him not even trying to wake up to the truth. I even sent him videos. Let's pray together. Let's read the scripture. He don't want to do nothing.
Right. Have you ever thought of possibly if this is a situation that you can even do if you have an upstairs and a downstairs for you or him
No.
to just live, you don't have that?
Mm-mm.
Okay. It may
Right
be
now
healthy.
he's away, but he is kind of trying to get his own place. He wanted us to move somewhere else, but I choose not to because I want to say, I want you to get your life in order. I don't want to keep going through this another 10 years. I'm 52 years old. I don't want to keep going through this. I want him to get his life in order before we go move somewhere else because ain't nothing going to change. What's changing? We're in the same situation in a new apartment, you know? But
Right.
he wants me to move with him. He, he wants me to stay with him. But I'm like, I don't know if I can keep doing this. Like, I just don't know what to do. I guess I'm going to keep fasting and praying and just let God, do what he want to do. Because I don't know I really don't know what to do anymore. He don't want to part from me. He wants to stay with me because he knows what he has.
Yeah.
He don't want to let that go. He don't want to let me go because he knows he got somebody good in his life.
Yeah, I was just about to say that, sister. You know, not to offend your situation or anything, but who would want to let that go? A strong
Yeah,
sister of the
exactly.
Lord, cooking, cleaning, being in
I
order.
do all of that.
And
Pay the
the
bills.
Lord
I do it all.
the Lord didn't create a woman to be a doormat or a punching bag. You
Exactly.
understand? So you could easily be used or manipulated, you understand,
Exactly.
through way
Oh,
his eyes is kindness when it really is you being in order and submissive unto the Lord. Let me
right.
bring this up.
Exactly.
This is the book of Lamentations, chapter 3, right? And verse number 39. Wherefore doeth the living man complain? A man for the punishment of his sins. Let us search and try our ways and turn again to the Lord. Let us
Right.
lift up our hearts right with our hands unto the God of heaven. We have transgressed, we have rebelled, thou hast not pardoned. So the Lord, he'll cast us and have us to fall for us to understand our errors. So certain
Right.
times things have to transpire for somebody to know something is
To
real.
wake up.
They
Right.
kind of
To
wake
wake
up.
up. You're right.
That could be you having a serious conversation with him. You could tell him, you know what? This is the history. He may not receive the scriptures. He may mentally not be there because of the drugs, or he may
You're
have so
right.
many spirits on him that he's not
You're right.
receiving the
You're
words of
right.
life and interrupting you and talking while you're talking. You know your husband better than anybody. But you
Right.
could break down the history, how long y'all been together, what y'all went through, and how y'all at
Mm-hmm.
the breaking point, and you could kind of let him know, not that you're giving them an ultimatum, but this is what's going to happen if certain things transpire. Because before I serve man, I'm gonna serve the Lord. You
That's right.
understand? Like I'm not
That's
serving
more
man.
important than me than
Exactly.
anything else. I'm sorry.
And I
I
would
got a soul I gotta save.
exactly. So I would set things in order into what to say and not flow off of emotions before I bring it to him. I would get a
Right.
plethora of precepts together to be able to know, this is what I want to do and this is what I could possibly do. But like the brother said, the Lord never ordained marriage for departure and to split,
Right.
but
I
for to
understand that.
always take a step back to evaluate things and examine one another and come back again.
Right.
You may have to do that.
And
Yeah.
I want to add, Slack. I want to add too. To be honest, I mean, when somebody's on crack, or they shooting up, or they on dope, I mean,
No, he sniffs.
that's an
He
unpredictable.
sniffs it. He
Okay,
don't shoot it. He sniffs. He
okay,
sniffs it.
okay. Well,
Still,
that's
I mean, it's not as bad as shooting it, but still, same effect.
right. Now that opens a room for many demons.
Yeah.
That can open up. That's an unpredictable spirit to deal with.
Yeah.
Now, theft. We know what people do with stuff like that. Theft. It can become violent. Things can get worse and worse and worse. People
Very
wax worse
true.
and worse. So you don't
That's
want to
true.
sit there and tempt. Neither do you want to tempt the Most High, and neither do you want to be foolish and see yourself in a burning situation and try to putting a third degree fire out with a water hose.
That's right.
You want to I will remove myself from the situation
Exactly.
temporarily and apply the counsel Uriah gave you and let them know this is what it is. But I wouldn't sit there and put my spirit in a situation where harm can happen to my life on a physical level, and these demons that's on home, they can sift you out as well. Them
That's
spirits
true.
can hop on you.
That's
Next thing
true. You're right.
you could be at a weak point and that demon hop on you. Next thing you know, you love your husband so much. Next thing you know, you start using.
Oh, yeah, I know what you're saying,
Lord
bro.
forbid, but these things
God
happen all
forbid.
the
I
time.
ain't trying to go down that road now.
Come,
Nah, I don't want to go down that road.
come.
But I know what you're saying. Things
Right,
happen.
right,
I get it. I
right.
understand what you're saying. Okay.
Come. And brothers, anything else?
I'm not sure if you have the email, sister, but
Right.
you can get the email and continue to get counsel from all of the brothers through the spirit, as well
Yeah.
as us put you in contact with some women that fear the Lord that could
Right.
also help you as well.
I would like that.
Come.
Come.
Please give me something.
You
Help
had
me
do you
along the
have the
way.
email, sister?
No, I don't think I have it.
All right, we can give it to you. Like Robert was saying, we can get you in contact with some older sisters as well, and
All right.
continue to do counsel too.
All right. I would like that.
All right, you want us to give it to you right now?
Yes, if you want to.
Okay, it's Watchman for Israel 77 at gmail.com.
Okay.
That's Watchman for Israel 77 at gmail.com.
I got it.
Okay, all praise to the Most High.
All praise to the
Thank
Most High.
you. Thank you
All
very much,
praise.
Praises.
We'll
brothers.
definitely be
I
praying
love
for
the
you.
way y'all teach. Thank you. I need that. Thank you very much.
Okay,
All
I
all
praise
love
to
the
the
praise.
way
Most
y'all teach the word.
All
High. Praise to
praises.
the Most High.
All right.
Shalom.
Shalom, sister.
Shalom.
Sure.
All right, let's see. All right, we're gonna bring this brother bring the brother up. So bear with me.
Y'all, you hear me?
Shalom,
Come.
Shalom, King.
Shalom. And a question on St. Luke 20:34, how it matches up with St. Luke 20:35, because it's part of the same thing. And it matches up with Revelation 14:4 about being a virgin, about
Okay,
how we're not supposed to have wives in this thing because we're supposed to be virgins. And how 2nd Esdras 7:55 says that those who chose abstinence, their faces shall shine above the stars, but our faces will be darker, or dark as blackness or something. Right? So it says, St. Luke chapter 20, verse 34, and Yahushua answering said unto them, the children of this world marry and are given in marriage. Verse 35, but they which shall be accounted worthy to obtain that world and the resurrection from the dead neither marry nor are given in marriage. And in 2nd Esdras chapter 8, verse 1, it says, and he answered me, saying that Most High has made this world for many, but the world to come for few. So he's speaking about the world to come when it says on St. Luke chapter 20, verse 35, they which shall be counted worthy to obtain that world, which is the world to come, neither marry or given into marriage. which matches up with Revelation 14 and 44. These are they which were not defiled with women, for they are virgins. These are they which follow the Lamb whithersoever he goeth. These are they, these Salakia, these were redeemed from among men, being the first fruits unto Yahweh and unto the Lamb. And how second Esdras backs that up in second Esdras 7:55 about those who chose abstinence. So they chose abstinence after the fact that they came into it. You feel? So
All right, so what do you want? You want us to break down Luke?
No, I want you to. Do you think that you can still have a wife and become part of the 144,000? That's what I want to know.
Yeah, Con. Yeah, let me get this precept. You definitely can. Right? Like Peter had a wife. Peter's part of the elect. Right? The 12 apostles are the top men of the 144,000. So let me get the precept. Right? You can definitely have a wife. And I'm gonna while I'm looking for that, I'm gonna get this in Zechariah the 12th chapter.
Con, I got a precept too.
All right, this is Zechariah. And even Isaiah 4:1, it says 7 women shall take hold of one man. Right? Those men are the elect men. Right? But this is Zechariah the 12th chapter. Then I'll get that in the book of Matthew. Right? Zechariah chapter 12, and I'll start at verse 12. And this is in the wilderness. And the land shall mourn, every family apart, the family of the house of David, and their wives apart, the family of the house of Nathan apart, and their wives apart, the family of the house of Levi apart, and their wives apart, the family of Shemaiah apart, and their wives apart, all the families that remain, every family apart, and their wives apart. So those are the 144,000 are definitely from the house of David, and they're going to have wives that get beamed up with them even into the wilderness, seeing Yahweh Shai. You got it, right?
Con. All right, let me bring this out in Matthew. Right, this is Matthew chapter 19 and 28. Right, and he talking to the disciples. And Yahweh Shai said unto them, verily I say unto you, that ye which have followed me in the regeneration, when the Son of Man shall sit in the throne of his glory, ye also shall sit upon 12 thrones, judging the 12 tribes of Israel. Now I'm gonna link that up, right? And Peter was one of them, right? It's the book of Luke, chapter 4 and verse 38. And he arose out of the synagogue and entered into Simon's house. And Simon's wife's mother was taken with a great fever, and they besought him for her, right? So Peter had a wife, but yet Peter's going to be upon one of those thrones in the kingdom of heaven. So Peter obtained having a wife and will be a part of the elect.
Did he have a wife back in that life, that lifetime? Because aren't we not in the 14th generation? Are we not in the last generation before Yahweh Shai returns?
Right.
So in this lifetime, did they not have a wife? Because it says in Luke 20 and 35 and 34, again, it says they were not given into marriage. Neither marry. I read it backwards. They neither marry nor given in marriage.
All right, let's go to it.
And that's a particular situation. That's not a real life account.
Right.
That's not Peter's life.
Yeah, that's a parable.
Okay.
That's a parable in Matthew, the 22nd chapter, of Sadducees trying to confound the Lord.
Okay. Well, that's all I want to know from y'all. If you still believe that you can't have a wife and be a part of the 144.
All right, King.
For sure. Hey, drink water, Naquim. Hey, y'all, drink water, man. That shit's in the air. You hear me? Shalom.
Hold on. Amos want to get on here.
Yeah.
Shalom. How brothers feeling, man?
What's going on, King?
Cool.
Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me?
Con.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Con. Yeah, man. Hey, brother, you was talking real reckless, man.
Nah, I'm talking real. I stand behind what I said.
So what was your point of making that video?
The point is to expose you trying to do them little hand and ass movements in the video. It's basically like sticking your flag. It's like the enemy sticking their flag. Knock him. He don't know nothing. He don't know what's going on with that, what time it is. But I see your little movements that you be doing in the background. And that just pissed me off.
So
you be doing a little Illuminati ass movement.
So
hold on. in one more video that you put, you contradicted yourself. One thing you said, cast a lot on the little things. Cast your lot on little things. And then 7 minutes later, you said, don't cast your lot on little things. So basically, your words, you slipped on your own words, or you contradicted your own word.
All right, so this is Sirach 3 and verse 24. For many are deceived by their own vain opinions, and an evil suspicion has overthrown your judgment. So, brother, I see you on social media doing a lot
Yeah.
of slandering and back talk and just being a whole female for real.
Don't be rude in
So-
speech, not knowledge, nigga. I know what time it is.
Oh, you interrupted me while I'm speaking. I didn't interrupt you. Come on, be a man
All right, go
about this,
ahead.
brother. Come on. So, what you perceive to have the knowledge that you have, brother, you really don't know nothing, to keep it real. Because if you went to the front of the, again, you trying to interrupt me, brother. If you went to the front of the video, you would have seen that I was rubbing oil on my wrist and in my hands and put it on my beard. So now you're going to have to give an account for that unless you repent, right? You came on here thinking that you knew something, and you clearly, the Lord is exposing you because you just a pest in Israel right now, brother. And it's getting bad. It's making you look like a whole woman. Brother, you got to gird up your loins and walk and be as a man. Right? It's looking real bad for you, man. Brothers edified you and you were still being proud about it. I hurried up, came in here, threw the head wrap on just so I could say that, man. Right? And then I tried to come to you on the DMs, like, brother, that was some real weak stuff that you did, and you didn't even want to hear me as a man. You don't apply the scriptures. See, the Lord cut his mic off.
You said what?
Oh, you still on here? I said the Lord cut your mic off because you was sitting there talking.
The Lord cut my mic.
Go ahead, brother.
Cut my mic off. What you mean? We gonna see.
Go ahead.
We gonna see
what you
when
gotta say,
Yahweh returns. We gonna see.
Absolutely.
Yes, absolutely. We on agreement on that. Yahweh Shai is judge. We gonna see.
All right, brother.
We gonna see.
All right, man.
Yeah, all right.
All right.
So, like, I didn't mean to come on here and hop in no BS, man, but I had to hurry up and get on here, man, when I seen it.
Yeah, that's madness, man. That's madness. Yeah.
Wow, man.
So, yeah, well, brothers got no bearing false witness on your brother, man. No bearing false witness. All right, let that be a lesson learned in Israel. No bearing false witness. All right, or the Most High is going to have it come to light in the worst way possible. So all things are the Lord at the end of the day. Nah, Amos, you got to stick around.
Con, I'm on here, man.
Amos sticking around.
I'm on here.
All right, anybody had any other questions? Right? Anybody had any other questions we're going to deal with? Right? No other questions? Absolute madness in Israel has to stop, man. Serpents and serpentiles and jackals, right? All that has to stop, man. Right? Now, we'll drop the link again. We'll put the link back out there. Right? We'll put the link back out there. We'll go get about 3 more questions, and then we'll close up. Right? So let's put this. If anybody had any sincere questions, right? Any sincere questions? No getting on talking about serpent and snakes, right? And Anunnaki, right? Remember, this is about the scriptures. And we're gonna keep it biblical. Right? Right? So any other questions? All right, well, there's a woman. All right, this is from JT. Does a woman have to commit adultery, have to have intercourse to commit adultery? Does the brother want to deal with that?
So, like, yeah, my internet messing up. Can y'all hear me?
Come.
My thing keep going blank. I can't even see.
Yeah, it keep going in and out. It look like it's a all black screen.
So it says, does a woman actually have to commit intercourse to commit adultery? Yeah, you got to commit intercourse. Now, you can't be sitting around being wicked talking about, I'm kissing a man. It's not adultery. Right? We doing things. See, a lot of women will do that, man. They'll do that. They'll say they'll do 1,000 things to the man and say, well, it's not intercourse, it's not adultery. Right? The Lord isn't dealing with that, man. And we don't have to get graphic and actually go into it. But if a woman, let's get the scripture real quick. Right? Let's get this in Matthew 5. Actually, let's get Matthew 19. Right? We've heard stories, man, of women doing certain things, but it's not actual intercourse. Right? But this ain't Matthew chapter 19 and verse, where's that? I will start at, I'm gonna get straight to the point. 9. And I say unto you, whosoever shall put away his wife, except it be for fornication, and shall marry another, committeth adultery, and whosoever marrieth her which is put away, doth commit adultery. So if a man can only put away a wife if she commits adultery, nothing more, nothing less. Now, anything that involves, like I said, this is grown. We laid the foundation 3 hours ago. Anything that involves the secret parts with touching and, all types of any form of sex.
Naughtiness.
Yeah, any form of naughtiness, that's adultery. And we're not going to really get graphic and go in depth, but that would be adultery. I think we're all adults, and I think we all know what we're saying. You have something else on that?
That's plain.
All right. We're going to bring Nikki Nicole Talks.
Shalom.
Shalom. Shalom, sister. Are you married?
No, I am not married.
Okay, kind. All praises.
Yes, sir. I'm just jumping on here real quick because for sisters that are married or for sisters that are not married, I always hear that we should be quiet. And I was just wondering, when should a woman speak? Because, I study a lot and I come across things in government that can affect the nation. And I'm wondering, when do men hear from the women, the sisters of Sarah?
All right, I'll bring it out. I got a precept.
Okay.
Now you got to go ahead, jump in there.
I was just going to get classic Ecclesiastes. And I'm going to make a point off this verse too. It's Ecclesiastes 3:1. To everything there is a season and a time to every purpose under the heaven. Right? It's a time, literally a time and a place for everything. But with that being said, that also can go into, you got to read the room and understand and acknowledge, this is really my place to talk. For an example, if there's a counsel and men are in the midst of their speech, that's not really the time to kind of just jump in there and say, hold up, that's not the time. If you speaking, if you were to have a husband, kind of, I don't know, kind of bumbling to himself, maybe I should do X, Y, Z. You kind of ask him, is there anything I can help you with? that's it's just all about knowing the time and the place and reading the room, which is just having spiritual understanding, uh, being spiritually circumspect, for lack of better words. Brothers, got anything else to say?
Con. So I mean, women can speak. I mean, there's not like a time, or we're not going to say women have to put tape and hands over their mouth, but you have a
Right.
lot of precepts that deal with discernment. Like the brother said, there's a time and place for everything. Women can speak when they're teaching. Teaching, you're having a conversation with your husband, right? You're teaching younger sisters, right? You're teaching the children. You have a sisterhood, so you're communicating with sisters, right? It's just you have to have wisdom and know when there's a time to speak, when there's not a time to speak. And that's something that you have sister study sessions and sister calls, and they go over different things like that to teach sisters who may not know, rather older or younger, how to deal with particular situations and apply the precepts. So women should be able, so they can be taught and know when to speak, when not to speak, because time will fail us to provide every scenario under the sun about when to speak, when not to speak as a woman. Chiefly when the word is coming out, tell you in 1 Corinthians chapter 14, 34 and down, let your woman keep silence in the churches. So when the word is coming out and you're in a classroom setting or you're in a congregation and men are teaching, the women should refrain from speaking. There's a time to teach other women, pursuing Titus chapter 2 and 3 on down. So it all goes into having discernment, like the brother said, and knowing it's a time and place for everything, right? I know you got a precept, Ryan.
Come. Right? It's the book of 1 Thessalonians chapter 4 and verse 11. And it reads, and that ye study to be quiet and to do your own business and to work with your own hands as we commanded you. Right? So I don't mean be quiet, meaning you don't have a voice, you can't ever speak, right? You're nothing. That's not what that's talking about. So make sure when we read the scriptures that we're reading it as the Lord commanded it to be read and understood. Not how men break it down and manipulate it to have control over women to make them feel like they can never speak at all. Like the brothers are bringing out mighty points. Just have to have a discernment. If me or one of the other brothers are prophesying, you can't just jump up and say that's not what they're talking about. Or I have a question, right? It's always a time and place to discuss, move, conduct yourself in a manner to where you can be heard. It's just not expedient to speak at all times as a woman. But that doesn't mean that what you want to say can't be heard at a later end.
Right. And I just asked that question because I made a comment on the comment board, and it was like someone came like at me. I was just bringing out a point about, just wanted to know if you brothers had even heard about a bill being on Capitol Hill regarding, oh, there's some feedback, regarding men having 3 children and being forced to be sterilized after having 3 children, and that there would be a bounty on their heads if they if they did not, uphold this bill. If it becomes a law, that $10,000 would be on their head to be captured by American citizens, like they're doing now with the jab. There's a hotline that, people can call in. And so, when you have points like this, that because these bills really that will become a law will not affect the Edomites. It would affect Jacob, because Jacob can produce, and they have been producing. And in August, there was, the census came out that Edomites are declining, and it's just that I see a lot of teaching, and it's the women should be quiet and in the kitchen, and it's as if we don't have any other intelligence other than being quiet or to be in the kitchen, and not to be watch women and alert our men, even if you don't have a husband, men of the nation, what's going on, and bills that are being, put into place. It's as if we cannot alert you. And I don't know what the scripture is where it was married two Marys. One was in the kitchen cooking, and one was
Luke the 10th chapter.
10 and 40 on down.
38 on down. Yeah.
Yes, and one was getting the word, and I don't hear a lot of that teaching going on, where there are women here in the nation that I don't know. I can cook, don't get me wrong, and I can do these things that a woman can do, but most definitely I'm aware of the sneaky tactics that the enemy is trying to put in place, and I don't think Jacob is aware of this. I don't know if you guys heard of this bill and they do it undercover because they're trying to put it in the new stimulus packet. And that's going to affect Black men, just like in Moses when the Pharaoh said, kill all the male children. Who's paying attention to these things if women can't speak and say anything other than learn from your husband? And if your husband's just teaching what he knows and you hear of something, when do you speak? That's
right. I got a question, sister. Are you saying that you can add points that men may not know to help them be able to break down things that need to be talked about?
Well, not that I don't know the Bible that well, but I do know of the Bible, but scriptures in the Bible, but I just have a discernment of things that are going on in the world that I can bring to light, and then maybe I can give it to a teacher, or if I was married, give to my husband. But if I marry a husband that says, "Woman, be quiet,"
Salaki, I got a precept for that. Right, this is Sirach chapter 26 and verse 13. The grace of a wife delighteth her husband, and her discretion will fat his bones. Right? So like the brothers were saying, it's always a time and a place, to interject when you're talking with your husband. Like if y'all having a communication, you can tell him, hey, did you see this bill that's being passed X, Y, and Z? Which in terms, he can go around and edify the next man or next congregation because you help with that. Like the prophetess Deborah, right? She did things in order. She wasn't just out on the mount screaming at men. There was a certain order that it had to be done, right? And women play a pivotal part in this nation, right? It's not just stay at home and cook, but those things are essential to building up our women in these last days, because a lot of us grew up without fathers and mothers and the basic needs that you have to learn to maintain a home. So that's the importance of having older sisters to teach the younger women, right? It doesn't make anything less important in this truth, because everybody plays a role. You have brothers who go out and teach. You have brothers who counsel. You have brothers who provide things for the brothers that labor, right? Everybody plays a certain role, right? But the discretion will fatten his bones. So you got to have discretion when to say something, when to not, right? Because a lot of sisters in this truth, they like to be in the forefront. They like to be seen and not be shamefaced, and it puts a bad stain on sisters who are sincere, or sisters who do want to make good points, but at the right time. It's a precept that's slipping my mind, but I'm gonna paraphrase it. It says, it's a fool who speaks at a certain time and he's deemed wise. If a brother can pull that. I don't know if I quoted it right. But there's sisters who speak at a turn and try to usurp authority, and it makes the whole congregation of women look bad.
You want
right?
Like, you thinking it's Sirach 20 and 5?
Is it Sirach? Let me check.
Some man holdeth his tongue and is counted wise.
Con, that might be it. I thought it was a proverb. Sirach 20 and 5. There's one who keepeth silence and is wise, and there's another by much babbling becometh hateful. Now, that's not what I was looking for, but that's the perfect precept for it. Right? So it's always a time and a place
Salaki, King. I think you want Proverbs 17:28.
You got it on. Let me go to it. Proverbs 17:28. Proverbs 17 and 28. Even a fool when he holdeth his peace is counted the water king. And he that shutteth his lips is esteemed as a man of understanding. Right? So sometimes it's always best to have discretion on when you want to say things. right? In a certain situation, you can hold it until later and then edify your husband. Like, look, you know, the brother said this. I wanted to tell you about this, and he can go in terms and tell them. So it's never like brothers just say, shut your mouth. We don't want to hear from you. But it's a time and a place. Everything's got to be done decently and in order.
Yeah. Okay. I understand that. It's just that we live in a different time now, and a lot of things are done virtually. And so that being said, it's almost like reading a text message. I come from a different era. I don't prefer texting because a lot of people who are not versed in the English language, which we really are not, but read into text messages wrong or differently and can apply their own feelings at a particular time. So, if I'm watching a teaching and I say something, it's the teachings are dominated by the male presence, and it seems like women just automatically get jumped on when a streaming class is being held, because a lot of people read into um, verbal text differently and perceive it differently. And it's like it's not there. It seems to be for the women in Israel, there's no safe place to express yourself, especially if you don't have a husband. That's what I guess I'm trying to come across, and
Okay, well,
especially if you want
I
to.
got a
Salakia,
precept
sister.
too.
Salakia, let me say this.
All right.
Sisters can't teach. Now they
No, I
can't
don't want.
go
I
and
don't.
hold on, Salakia, let me finish. Let me just come out and say this plainly. Sisters can't teach unless they're teaching younger sisters how to love their husbands and how to, raise up daughters and teaching the family, the younger children, the commandments. But on the forefront, like Amos was saying, making a YouTube channel, going into the prophecies, showing what's happening, that's outside of the role of a woman of Israel. That's stepping outside of your boundaries to do things that's charged for the man to do.
I don't teach. I wasn't referring to teaching. I just like I have a channel and I give information, like I try to let brothers or people know, like, this bill is being talked about. It's on Capitol Hill. Have you heard about it? Just but I don't teach like I said, because I don't even know the Bible that well, and that's not my calling anyway. So that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying, is there a place for us to ask questions without, is there a safe place?
Salakia, are you saying like you have like a current event page that you bring up current events that's going on?
Well, yes. Okay. I work for a major media company. So, and I got targeted. I don't know if you guys even know about targeting, gang stalking, and all of that. So that's what I go through now. I get stalked. And that's what prompted me to change my YouTube channel over into telling what is really going on out here in the world, other than Carly B and whoever. I used to go and interview people like Plies and people in the music industry until my life changed, because I became like a whistleblower because I work for a major music company.
Con,
I got a point after
I got a
you,
point after
brother.
you, Yardan.
I was gonna say, there's a few other, if I'm not mistaken, sisters and brothers as well. They might have certain information regarding geopolitics, current events, whatever the case may be, and they send it via email, right? And then sometimes we'll do cold cuts on it. Right now, that's them bringing it to our attention, and it's being brought forth through the spirit and power of Yahweh Shemel Shai. Now, them sending whatever they got to send in, and they doing the work as well. Nothing's going to be hid before the Lord. It's not like, the Lord saying, oh, he didn't really do the breakdown or video and pull out the precepts. The Lord acknowledges everything. So if you have any articles, whatever the case may be, you can send it via email and let Israel expound upon it, provide precepts thereof, some historical background, whatever other information they may have to edify Israel, because pursuant to Ezekiel 34, that's the man's job to specifically and chiefly do.
Right. And to touch on that, you know, you teaching or you breaking something down or you being a whistleblower, or you helping, is it going to fasten the elect being sealed? Nothing's going to change. The Lord has ordained certain men to wake up for prophecy to be fulfilled. So you adding or helping or taking away is not going to do anything for the nation to seal those men. Those men are going to wake up as a dispensation of time, be sealed according to the law. You understand? And from the foundation of the earth. And then, all hell gonna break loose. So you're not to say that you don't have good intentions, but you doing that isn't going to have any prophecy to unroll by that to transpire. So
And that was
it's just a zeal at this point. Like you just said multiple times, real fast, you're not that learned in the scriptures. So anything going on in the world, you have to link it up through prophecy.
right.
To be able to foretell the events that are happening on the earth to let men and women know, which is given unto man. Let me bring out this quick precept, sister.
Okay.
Right? So at that point, I'm not being funny, but if you can't bring it up through prophecy, you'll be no different than a damn news anchor. Right? People can watch news all they want. We don't necessarily need another person to show news clips or things like that. The Lord is going to put it in the elect spirit and that mind to dig out, find world news, find all of these things without the help of a woman and child. Right? This is the book of Second Esdras, right? Chapter 8, right? And I'm going to start at 62. These things have I not shewed unto all men, but unto thee and a few like thee. Then answered I and said, so the Lord's not showing all things to all men. And that's talking about man. How much more women? The Lord's not showing women all things. A lot of women may not have the gift of prophecy, the gift of understanding, and all these things. Right. So it says what? These things have I not shewed all men. So the Lord, for lack of better terms, he's not going to give his word and prophecy and gift to everybody. Right? It says, but unto thee and a few like thee. Then answered I and said, so only a few remnant of men on this earth are going to be able to open this Bible, read, understand prophecy, link it up with world news and nations to befall on the light at the end of the earth. It's good that you have a zeal and want to help, but you can labor in many other ways to help the men of the Lord and to do your righteous works.
Right. And I was going to ask a question about that, a prophecy, because in the Bible, it says in the last days, he would pour out, the old men will dream dreams and women will prophesy as well. So, but you were saying is that not the case, that women will be blessed to prophesy in the end? Because I truly believe we are living in the last days.
Right. When it's talking about that, let's get it. This Joel chapter 2, right? In verse number 28. And it shall come to pass afterward that I will pour out my spirit upon all flesh, and your sons and your daughters shall prophesy, your old men shall dream dreams. Right? That's not talking about a woman is going to go out there and start shaking her hand, or a woman is going to have some type of revelation from the Lord, and now she's teaching people, or she's breaking things down in prophecy. A lot of women, men, and children prophesied in their dreams, their sleeps. They see Yahweh. They see the second coming. They see destruction. They see all hell breaking loose. They see famines. They see the empty storehouses. They see people getting ravished in the streets. They see Esau as a similitude like a snake, a bear, a wild boar in their dreams. They see these things and they prophesied in their dreams because they're foreseeing what's already written. That's not meaning those women are going out there teaching or that they have in the last days some gift of prophecy.
Okay. I'm glad you broke that down.
All praise to the Most High.
All right. I'll praise.
So, Lucky, I had a precept to lay me back off of that as well. Right, this is Isaiah chapter 44 in verse I'm gonna go to verse 7. And who as I shall call and shall declare it, and see it in order for me, since I appointed the ancient people and the things that are coming and shall come, let them show unto them. Right? So that's just showing you that the Lord got people set up, and the Lord gonna show it eventually, like the brother said, right? Bringing forth these things that Esau has in the background, right? The cunning plots that they have. The Lord already told us, fear not the incredulity of them. So we know these things are coming.
Right.
Right? We know that all hell is about to break loose. Esau is about to crack down on the servants of the Lord. Right? Man, women, and children who fear the Lord. Right? But to speak about it, there is a sister safe space that you were speaking about. Right? There's sister Zoom calls. There's sisters all throughout the nations who get together, throughout the nation, and get together and they talk, and right, they bring out precepts to build one another up as sisters. Right? So there is safe spaces, you know. Like I said earlier, the Lord's not the author of confusion, so he's gonna have the men building up the men, the women building up the women. You know what I mean? So I would get a good place to find that is Instagram. Where I'm not sure if you have an Instagram, but Instagram is a lot of like-minded Israelite women. They get together, they have Zoom calls, they have meetings, right? And you may find somebody who you can become a counselor for or be counseled by, right? So I would say explore all avenues.
Right. Okay. Well, thank you for taking my call.
All praise.
I'll pray.
Kind of all praises to the Most High. All right, it's been a lot of beautiful questions, a lot of beautiful points, and sisters are asking about the sisterhood links, man. Akwat Yasha'Allah. Oh, somebody dropped it. Handmaids, Yahweh, why Yahweh shot. Right? So, like the brother said, man, if you're a sister, you feel like you're alone. Sisters get together, they have calls every Thursday. Right? They do every Thursday calls, you know, and one another, man. Never feel like you have to be alone in this thing, or go beyond your means and zeal to do things when you have sisters to be able to show you what sisters do and righteousness. So we're gonna with that, we're gonna close up. It's been a beautiful live. Y'all think you had a point?
I just had this last precept, Sirach 20 and 16. Not saying that she a fool, but this is the verse, and it goes, "The fool said, I have no friends. I have no thank for all my good deeds, and they that eat my bread speak evil of me." Just landing backing off what the brother Amos was saying, using, we have spaces and spots for Israel to communicate with each other, effectively through the spirit. You got, like the brother mentioned, you got like-minded sisters on Instagram, they form bonds and, all that comely stuff.
Yeah. Social media is the gateway to brothers. We talk to brothers in Scotland, England, Germany, Belize, all over the world, man. Hey, the Lord Yahweh Bashmi Yahweh created that thing, man. This YouTube to be able to reach, 300 plus people, So that's mercy from the Most High, because peradventure the Most High had us, we have to labor like the apostles and travel and do. Hey, man, we'll still be here, man. It was mercy from the Most High to allow this word to have free course through this internet to be able to reach the souls, man. So the brothers have any closing precepts they want to bring out?
Sure.
God.
This is Psalm 72 and 10. Also to verse 4. And it reads, "He shall judge the poor of the people. He shall save the children of the needy, and shall break in pieces the oppressor." I bring this out for exhortation to Israel, to let you know we literally at the end, and the Most High didn't forget about us. Or you might have days where you feel like, oh, the Most High not looking out. I got a flat tire. Most High must be mad at me. Brothers and sisters, you gotta remember, the Lord will literally judge the poor and break in pieces the oppressor. right? They tell you that in 2nd Ezra 15th chapter as well. I will hold my tongue no more concerning the wicked, loosely paraphrasing. So again, he shall judge the poor of the people. He shall save the children of the needy and shall break in pieces the oppressor. Right, and that's comforting. Alvarez says that should be comforting to you, because the Lord's never going to let you go. As long as you keep the commandments, of course.
I jump in there next, right? So, man, this was a beautiful live through the Spirit, man. Lord willing, brothers and sisters were edified through the Spirit. You understand, they gain more understanding on what to do in certain situations, how to conduct themselves, how to move according to the law. And they took this counsel, not as you watching a damn show, but to take notes and to actually apply what brothers are bringing out, man, through the Spirit, man. Right? It's the book of Revelation, right? Chapter 3 and verse number 2. Be watchful. So that's a commandment, man. The Lord tells you all throughout the scriptures and multiple books to keep watch, man. You have to keep watch. That's a commandment. You have to watch all things, man. Understand what times we're living in, like the brother was just going into, and strengthen the things which remain that are ready to die. For I have not found thy works perfect before Yahweh. Remember, therefore, how thou hast received and heard, and hold fast and repent. So brothers got to be repenting in these last days. Don't just be doing all reading, all watching videos and no repentance. Add fasting, repentance, praying, mercy, grace, supplications, all of these things to your prayers and your daily cycles in this walk, man. You have to repent in these last days because you go off every day. It says what? And repent. If therefore thou shalt not watch, I will come unto thee as a thief, and thou shalt not know what hour I will come upon thee. So the Lord could visit you in your sleep. You understand why you at work? He take the spirit from you in time, man. And that's a fearful thing, to have your spirit snatched away when you least expect it. So brothers and sisters, continue to hold themselves fast in this truth with praying, reading, and fasting, and loving your brothers in the last days and your sisters, right, and the children, and leading the nation in uprightness with sincerity. You got it.
Con. This is Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 3 and verse 9. They that put their trust in him, who's at him, Yahweh Bashem Yahushua, shall understand the truth. And such as be faithful in love shall abide with him, for grace and mercy is to his saints, and he hath care for his elect. Right? So at the end of the day, if you're not trusting in the Lord, right, anything done not in faith is sin. Right? In these last days, all we have is the faith in the Lord. Right? Your money not going to deliver you, storing up on water, food, guns, ammo, those bug out bags. None of that's going to save you in these last days. Right? You got to put your trust in him. Then you're going to understand the truth. Then you're going to be watching the prophecies. Then the prophecies going to break down to you. He's going to put you around like-minded people and brothers who will help you understand the times that you're living in. Right? Because the Lord cares for his elects, man. He'll care for the elect of his people, man. That's Baruch 6 and 7. Right? The angels of the Lord are always watching it, and him himself is caring for your soul. Right? Verse 10. But the ungodly shall be punished to their own imaginations, which have neglected the righteousness and forsaken the Lord. Right? So a lot of people, they falling out of the truth. They giving up the ghost. Right? Brothers is holding on to their faults, saying, I don't want to let brothers know what's going on. Right? You gotta really examine yourself in these last days and see, are you truly walking towards them without wisdom? Are you truly being that light set on the hill? Are you holding on to these secret faults and it's slowly eating away at you like gangrene, right? Like a cancer that's you done found at stage 4, right? You got to really set forth and put your mind and ask the Lord to search you. See if there be any naughtiness or foolishness or concupiscence, right? Any wickedness inside of you, right? And don't hold on to your faults, man. Don't hold on to your faults. Right? The Lord said, woe be unto him that's alone. For when he falleth, he has no one to help him up. Paraphrasing. Right? If you need counsel, reach out for counsel. That's why it's good that these sticky marriage situations go on. Because a lot of people just let it sit there and then it implodes and then there's nothing you can do. Once it implodes, it's all hell breaking loose. then it's beyond repair. Then you don't know what to do. So put your trust in the Lord, right? A lot of people say they do it, but your actions are going to bear forth the tree that you really are. Your fruit is going to be shown. Do you walk by faith, or do you still walk in the lust and the trust of your eyes, man? Or do you trust the Lord?
And I'm close up with the classic. This Revelation chapter 22 and verse 12. It reads, "And behold, I come quickly, and my reward is with me, to give every man according as his work shall be." So time to the topic, even in your marriage, the Lord is going to judge you according to your works, man. If you're mistreating your wife, abusing her verbally and physically and emotionally, the Most High is going to judge you according to your works, with all of your infinite knowledge you have, or you think you have. If you're a sister and you going to hell off and you justifying yourself in your own head, and you're not reverencing your husbands, you're not obeying him, you're not calling him Lord, the house is out of order, you don't do anything righteous, the Lord is going to judge you according to your works. That doesn't just pertain to men and studying and reading the Bible. That pertains into every work. There's 1,000-fold works that has to be done. Charity is works, studying is works, dealing with your brother's works, dealing with your wife is works, dealing with your children is works, being circumspect in your workplace is works. Everything's going to be laid out on the table, man. And every man, you have to give an account according to your works in that day. So it's good to examine yourself. It's good to, like the brother said, repent, confess your faults one to another, and receive counsel for these situations, lest you fall in your pride to your own destruction. But with that, we're going to close up. We're not going to do the Q&A like we normally do, seeing that this might be the longest Monday Night Fire in Monday Night Fire history, I believe, pushing 4 hours, right? But with that, we're going to close up, giving our honor and glory to Yahweh by Shema Mashiach Omalak Yahushai. Brother Naquan.
Brother Yardan.
Shalom, Brother Amos.
Kwame Yashala. Shalom.